Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary 18. Let's go through the words. Endothelial. Of or relating to endothelium. Confrication. Rubbing together, friction. Marbled. Imperfect and past participle of marble. Massive, compact limestone, a variety of calcite, capable of being polished and used for architectural and ornamental purposes. The color varies from white to black, being sometimes yellow, red, and green, and frequently beautifully veined or clouded. The name is also given to other rocks of like use and appearance, as serpentine or vert antique marble, and less properly to polished porphyry, granite, etc. Stationery. The articles usually sold by stationers, as paper, pens, ink, quills, blank books, etc. Coopee. A four-wheeled close carriage for two persons inside, with an outside seat for the driver, so called because giving the appearance of a larger carriage cut off. Tegument. A cover or covering, an integument. Badness. The state of being bad. Sip. Imperfect and past participle of sip, to drink or imbibe in small quantities, especially to take in with the lips in small quantities, as a liquid, as to sip tea. Sentineling. Present participle and verbal noun of sentinel, one who watches or guards, specifically military, a soldier set to guard an army, camp, or other place, from surprise, to observe the approach of danger, and give notice of it, a sentry. Herpetism. Relating to, or partaking of the nature of, the disease called tetter, herpetic, dialysis, under Dartarus. Plasmodium. The important living portion of protoplasm, considered a chemical substance of the highest elaboration. Germplasm and idioplasm are forms of plasmodium. Booming. Present participle and verbal noun of boom. A strong and extensive advance, with more or less noisy excitement, applied colloquially or humorously to market prices, the demand for stocks or commodities and to political chances of aspirants to office, as a boom in the stock market, a boom in coffee. Pericarpic. Of or pertaining to pericarp. Dapper. Little and active, spruce, trim, smart, neat in dress or appearance, lively. Necessitated. In a state of want, necessitous. Pave. To lay or cover with stone, brick, or other material, so as to make a firm, level, or convenient surface for horses, carriages, or persons on foot to travel on, to floor with brick, stone, or other solid material, as to pave a street, to pave a court. Anthropophagic. relating to cannibalism or anthropophagy. Subclass. One of the natural groups, more important than an order, into which some classes are divided, as the angiospermous subclass of exogens. Frightless. Free from fright, fearless. Anxiety. A state of restlessness and agitation, often with general indisposition and a distressing sense of oppression at the epigastrium. Complained, not deplored or bewailed, unlamented. Rewrite, to write again. Attenuant, making thin, as fluids, diluting, rendering less dense and viscid, diluent. Mutiny, insurrection against constituted authority, particularly military or naval authority, concerted revolt against the rules of discipline or the lawful commands of a superior officer, hence, generally, forcible resistance to rightful authority, insubordination. Subvert, to overthrow anything from the foundation, to be subversive. Anesthetic, entire or partial loss or absence of feeling or sensation, a state of general or local insensibility produced by disease or by the inhalation or application of an anesthetic. Swift, instantly, quickly, speedily, rapidly. Cutlass, a short, heavy, curving sword, used in the navy, a corruption of cutlass. Arras, to furnish with an arras. Not, to copulate, set of toads. Pie player, a politician who works in secret, in this sense, usually written as one word. Drill, a small trickling stream, rill. Miscreate, miscreated, illegitimate, forged, as, miscreate titles. Burglary, breaking and entering the dwelling house of another, in the night time, with intent to commit a felony therein, whether the felonious purpose be accomplished or not. Onset, to assault, to set upon. Entrance, the act of entering or going into, ingress, as the entrance of a person into a house or an apartment, hence, the act of taking possession, as of property, or of office, as the entrance of an heir upon his inheritance, or of a magistrate into office. Carriage, clownish, boorish. Glomeruli, the bunch of looped capillary blood vessels in the Malpighian capsule of the kidney. Effeminate, to make womanish, to make soft and delicate, to weaken.
Abdominal.
Of or pertaining to the abdomen, ventral, as the abdominal regions, muscles, cavity.
Enrolled.
Imperfect and past participle of enroll. To insert in a roll. To register or enter in a list or catalog or on rolls of court, hence. To record. To insert in records. To leave in writing, as. To enroll men for service. To enroll a decree or a law, also. Reflexively. To enlist.
Jump.
Neat, handsome, elegant, smart, spruce, trim, nice.
Mop.
A long-haired pet dog.
Maiden.
Used of a fortress, signifying that it has never been captured or violated.
Hairspring.
The slender recoil spring which regulates the motion of the balance in a timepiece.
Aptness.
Disposition of the mind, propensity, as the aptness of men to follow example.
Serious.
Hence, giving rise to apprehension, attended with danger, as a serious injury.
Fancy sick.
Lovesick,
Hawing.
to hang.
Hethness.
That part of the world where heathenism prevails, the heathen nations, considered collectively.
Chalibian.
Of or pertaining to the Chalibes, an ancient people of Pontus in Asia Minor, celebrated for working in iron and steel.
Enjoiner.
One who enjoins.
Cherum.
Clamor, or confused noise, buzzing.
Polyembryony.
The production of two or more embryos in one seed, due either to the existence and fertilization of more than one embryonic sac or to the origination of embryos outside of the embryonic sac.
Assemblies.
A company of persons collected together in one place, and usually for some common purpose, especially for deliberation and legislation, for worship, or for social entertainment.
Lovesickness.
The state of being lovesick.
Receipt.
Hence, recess, a retired place.
Rusticity.
The quality or state of being rustic, rustic manners, rudeness, simplicity, artlessness.
Enacture.
Enactment, resolution.
Comprehend.
To contain, to embrace, to include, as the states comprehended in the Austrian Empire.
Countermarching.
Present participle and verbal noun of countermarch, an evolution by which a body of troops change front or reverse the direction of march while retaining the same men in the front rank. Also, a movement by which the rear rank becomes the front one, either with or without changing the right to the left.
Loading.
A load, cargo, burden.
Spherolytic.
Of or pertaining to spherulite, characterized by the presence of spherulites.
Shape.
Character or construction of a thing as determining its external appearance, outward aspect, make, figure, form, guise, as, the shape of a tree, the shape of the head, an elegant shape.
Mumble.
To utter with a low, inarticulate voice.
Oxanylic.
Pertaining to, or derived from, oxalic acid and aniline, used to designate an acid obtained in white crystalline scales by heating these substances together.
Bell.
Hung with a bell or bells.
Availableness.
Competent power, validity, efficacy, as, the availableness of a title.
Me.
To measure.
Freebooting.
Robbery, plunder, pillaging.
Clapper.
That which strikes or claps, as the tongue of a bell, or the piece of wood that strikes a mill hopper, etc. of bell.
Mercaptide.
A compound of mercaptan formed by replacing its sulfur hydrogen by a metal, as potassium mercaptide, C2H5SK.
Prefect.
A superintendent of a department who has control of its police establishment, together with extensive powers of municipal regulation.
Simplicity.
The quality or state of being not complex, or of consisting of few parts, as the simplicity of a machine.
Unidons.
A division of the herbivorous mammals including the hogs and hippopotami, so called because the teeth are tuberculated.
Decamp.
Hence, to depart suddenly, to run away, generally used disparagingly.
Incorporate.
To unite intimately, to blend, to assimilate, to combine into a structure or organization, whether material or mental, as to incorporate provinces into the realm, to incorporate another's ideas into one's work.
Vinwood.
Moldy, musty,
Tear falling.
shedding tears, tender,
Smoking.
of smoke,
Ship.
specifically, a vessel furnished with a bowsprit and three masts, mainmast, a foremast, and a mizzenmast, each of which is composed of a lower mast, a topmast, and a topgallant mast, and square-rigged on all masts. See illustration in appendix.
Fa.
An exclamation of contempt, disgust, or abhorrence.
Baffling.
frustrating, discomfiting, disconcerting, as baffling currents, winds, tasks.
Instructed.
Imperfect and past participle of instruct, to form by communication of knowledge, to inform the mind of, to impart knowledge or information to enlighten, to teach, to discipline.
Vesperal.
Vesper, evening.
Sem.
Together.
Plica.
The bend of the wing of a bird.
Arithmetically.
Conformably to the principles or methods of arithmetic.
Reciprocity.
Mutual action and reaction.
Sphenode.
Wood shaped as a sphenode crystal.
Rhizopod.
One of the rhizopoda.
Acroatic.
Communicated orally, oral, applied to the esoteric teachings of Aristotle, those intended for his genuine disciples, in distinction from his exoteric doctrines, which were adapted to outsiders or the public generally, hence, abstruse, profound.
Teachableness.
Willingness to be taught.
Cupulate.
Having or bearing cupules, cupuliferous.
Carriage.
The act or manner of conducting measures or projects, management.
Conceit.
An overweening idea of oneself, vanity.
Scythiform.
Cup shape.
Trinerve.
Having three ribs or nerves extending and branch from the base to the apex, set of a leaf.
Sputter.
To spit or to emit saliva from the mouth in small, scattered portions, as in rapid speaking.
Stithy.
To forge on an anvil.
Speck.
To cause the presence of specks upon or in, especially specks regarded as defect or blemishes, to spot, to speckle, as paper specked by impurities in the water used in its manufacture.
Demicadence.
An imperfect or half cadence, falling on the dominant instead of on the keynote.
Embury.
A disease of the roots of turnips, etc., called also fingers and toes.
Spartine.
A narcotic alkaloid extracted from the tops of the common broom Citticis scripus, formerly Spartium scripum, as a colorless oily liquid of aniline-like odor and very bitter taste.
Gruff.
Of a rough or stern manner, voice, or countenance, sour, surly, severe, harsh.
Elytra.
one of the anterior pair of wings in the coleoptera and some other insects, when they are thick and serve only as a protection for the posterior pair.
Imperial.
Of or pertaining to an empire, or to an emperor, as an imperial government, imperial authority or edict.
Utensil.
That which is used, an instrument, an implement, especially an instrument or vessel used in a kitchen, or in domestic and farming business.
Lustrous.
Bright, shining, luminous.
Fletched.
Imperfect and past participle of fletch, to feather, as an arrow.
Lance.
To throw, as a lance. To let fly, to launch.
Lunge.
The large North American lake trout Salvelinus namekash, it is usually spotted with red, and sometimes weighs over 40 pounds. Called also Mackinaw trout, lake salmon, salmon trout, dog, and tulati.
Capitularly.
In the manner or form of an ecclesiastical chapter.
Trinity.
Trinity, Trinity.
Whooping.
Present participle and verbal noun of whoop, a shout of pursuit or of war, a very of eagerness, enthusiasm, enjoyment, vengeance, terror, or the like, and halloo, a hoot, or cry, as of an owl.
Actless.
Without action or spirit.
Ositor.
The bark of the roots of the ositeric, used as a cathartic and emetic.
Geologist.
One versed in the science of geology.
New.
As if lately begun or made, having the state or quality of original freshness, also, changed for the better, renovated, unworn, untried, unspent, as, rest and travel made him a new man.
Seed.
That from which anything springs, first principle, original, source, as, the seeds of virtue or vice.
Nile.
A thing of no account, value, or note, something irrelevant and impertinent, something of comparative unimportance, utter insignificance, a trifle.
Lethe.
Of or pertaining to lead, resembling in effect the water of lead.
Valued.
Highly regarded, esteemed, prized, as a valued contributor, a valued friend.
Edigus.
A species of sand grouse Cyrgopus pallasii, found in Asia and rarely in southern Europe.
Cottonwood.
An American tree of the genus Populus or poplar, having the seeds covered with abundant cotton-like hairs, especially the page nonilifera and page angustifoli of the western United States.
Decadency.
The act or posture of lying down.
bench,
Imperfect and past participle of bench, a collection or group of dogs exhibited to the public, so named because the animals are usually placed on benches or raised platforms.
vegetative,
Having the power of velicating, plucking, or twitching, causing velication.
tiligar,
A proprietor of a tillock.
coke,
A kind of tenon connecting the face of a scarfed timber with the face of another timber, or a dowel or pin of hardwood or iron uniting timbers.
adinamia,
Considerable debility of the vital powers, as in typhoid fever.
free-handed,
Open-handed, liberal.
sheet chain,
A chain sheet cable.
well,
To mark with stripes, to choose, to select, specifically mining, to pick out the refuse of coal, by hand, in order to clean Italian.
scaffold,
Specifically, a stage or elevated platform for the execution of a criminal, as, to die on the scaffold.
infos,
Not favorable, unlucky, unpropitious, sinister.
serviceable,
Capable of being surmised as a serviceable result.
poignarded,
Imperfect and past participle of poniard, a kind of dagger, usually a slender one with a triangular or square blade.
transformer,
One who, or that which, transforms, specifically electricity, an apparatus for producing from a given electrical current another current of different voltage.
gutatra,
The inspissated juice of a tree of the genus Artocarpus incisa, or breadfruit tree, sometimes used in making bird lime, on account of its glutinous quality.
draw,
To fall dead, or to fall in death.
pitman,
A soldier armed with a pike.
dermadian,
Of or pertaining to the skin.
refurbish,
To furbish anew.
evection,
And inequality of the moon's motion is its orbit to the attraction of the sun, by which the equation of the center is diminished at the syzygies, and increased at the quadratures by about 1 degree 20.
toy,
An old story, a silly tale.
return,
To turn again.
drank,
Imperfect of drink, to quaff exhilarating or intoxicating liquors, in merriment or feasting, to cares, to revel. Hence, to lake alcoholic liquors to excess, to be intemperate in the southeast of intoxicating or spirituous liquors, to tipple.
belonging,
To be the concern or proper business or function of, to pertain to.
gunnery,
That branch of military science which comprehends the theory of projectiles, and the manner of constructing and using ordnance.
precognition,
A preliminary examination of a criminal case with reference to prosecution.
proceed,
To go before in order of time. To occur first with relation to anything.
stunner,
Something striking or amazing in quality. Something of extraordinary excellence.
guide,
To look steadfastly. To gaze.
providence,
Prudence in the management of one's concerns. Economy. Frugality.
maharif,
An African antelope Hippodrogus bakeri. Its face is striped with black and white.
semi-monthly,
Something done or made every half month, especially a semi-monthly periodical.
farrier,
Compare. Affair. Fairs.
fossiliferous,
Containing or composed of fossils.
verdantly,
In a verdant manner.
dash,
Energy in style or action. Animation. Spirit.
delphinine,
A poisonous alkaloid extracted from the Stavesacre delphinium staphys agria as a colorless amorphous powder.
digamma,
A letter slash of the Greek alphabet which early fell into disuse.
savism,
The worship of Siva.
breeze,
A common title in the East for a person in authority, especially the captain of a ship.
clarinet,
A wind instrument, blown by a single reed, of richer and fuller tone than the oboe, which has a double reed. It is the leading instrument in a military band.
avicularia,
The first letter of the English and of many other alphabets, the capital of the alphabets of Middle and Western Europe, as also the small letter A, besides the forms in italic, black letter, etc., are all descended from the old Latin A, which was borrowed from the Greek alpha, of the same form, and this was made from the first letter slash of the Phoenician alphabet, the equivalent of the Hebrew aleph, and itself from the Egyptian origin. The aleph was a consonant letter, with a guttural breath sound that was not an element of Greek articulation, and the Greeks took it to represent their vowel alpha with the sound, the Phoenician alphabet having no vowel symbols.
way there,
A contraction of whatever, used in poetry.
Infusoria.
one of the classes of protozoa, including a large number of species, all of minute size.
Dispersion.
To strip of virgins or buds, to dispute.
Naughty.
Difficult, intricate, perplexed.
Clairvoyant.
Pertaining to clairvoyance, discerning objects while in a mesmeric state which are not present to the senses.
Pertain.
To belong, to have connection with or dependence on something, as an appurtenance, attribute, etc. To pertain, as saltness pertains to the ocean, flowers pertain to plant life.
Mementos.
A hint, suggestion, token, or memorial. To awaken memory. That which reminds or recalls to memory. A souvenir.
Bow hand.
The hand that holds the bow. That is, the left hand.
Chepster.
The European starling.
Nisipalagian.
Connected with both the nose and the palate, as the nasopalatin or incisor. Canal connecting the mouth and the nasal chamber in some animals. The nasopalatin nerve.
Overgorge.
To gorge to excess.
Vertebra.
A vertebra.
Munch.
Imperfect and past participle of munch. To chew with a grinding, crunching sound, as a beast chews provender. To chew deliberately or in large mouthfuls.
Looking.
The manner in which one looks, appearance, countenance, face.
Stewardship.
The office of a steward.
Musquash.
A North American aquatic for bearing rodent fibers of thickest. It resembles a rat in color and having a long scaly tail. But the tail is compressed, the hind feet are webbed, and the ears are concealed in the fur. It has scent glands which secrete a substance having a strong odor of musk, called also musquash, musk beaver, and ondatra.
A farce.
To reinforce, to strengthen.
Wishful.
Showing desire, as wishful eyes.
Gallant.
To attend or wait on, as a lady, as to gallant ladies to the play.
Spiral.
Of or pertaining to a spiral, like a spiral.
Parallel.
A line which, throughout its whole extent, is equidistant from another line, a parallel line, a parallel plane, etc.
Lazarworth.
Any plant of the umbelliferous genus Laserpitium, of several species as Latin glabrum, and Latin celer, the root of which yields a resinous substance of bitter taste. The genus is mostly European.
Delanifical.
Assuaging pain.
Berry.
Of or resembling beer, affected by beer, maudlin.
Internal.
Between the neural arches or neural spines.
Supraorbital.
Situated above the orbit of the eye.
Maiden.
A machine for washing linen.
Rapert.
Wearing a rapier.
Prideful.
Full of pride, haughty.
Repetition.
A stepping or going back.
Calculating.
Of or pertaining to mathematical calculations. Performing or able to perform mathematical calculations.
Songstress.
A woman who sings, a female singing bird.
Gutturalize.
To speak gutturally, to give a guttural sound to.
Rideau.
A small mound of earth, ground slightly elevated, a small ridge.
Catalpa.
A genus of American and East Indian trees, of which the best known species are the Catalpa bignonioides, a large, ornamental North American tree, with spotted white flowers and long cylindrical pods, and the centigrade speciosa of the Mississippi Valley, called also Indian bean.
Hillary term.
Formerly, one of the four terms of the courts of common law in England, beginning on the 11th of January and ending on the 31st of the same month, in each year, so called from the festival of Saint Hilary, January 30th.
Interposed.
Imperfect and past participle of interpose, to step in between parties at variance, to mediate, as the prince interposed and made peace.
Lombard.
A form of canon formerly in use.
Lear.
Learning, lesson, lore.
Stenostum.
Having a small or narrow mouth, set of certain small ground snakes Opodonta, which are unable to dilate their jaws.
Cardinalship.
The condition, dignity, of office of a cardinal.
Stertion.
A corruption of nasturtium.
Unanswerable.
Not answerable, irrefutable, conclusive, decisive, as he have an unanswerable argument.
Eve.
The evening before holiday, from the Jewish mode of reckoning the day as beginning at sunset, not at midnight, as Christians' Eve is the evening before Christmas, also, the period immediately preceding some important event.
Opinion.
The judgment or sentiment which the mind forms of persons or things. Estimation.
Burn.
To combine energetically with evolution of heat, as copper burns in chlorine.
misspeak,
to err in speaking.
luxuriancy,
The state or quality of being luxuriant, luxuriance.
virginhood,
Virginity, maidenhood.
indolently,
In an indolent manner.
chomp,
To chew loudly and greedily, to chimp.
theronto,
Unto that or this, thereto, besides.
heathenizing,
Present participle and verbal noun of heathenize, to render heathen or heathenish.
landgraviate,
The territory held by a landgrave.
mobiles,
Movables, furniture, also used in the singular mobile.
liberal,
One who favors greater freedom in political or religious matters, an opponent of the established systems, a reformer, in English politics, a member of the Liberal Party, so-called, compare, with,
emphysal,
to puzzle,
gallery,
a room for the exhibition of works of art, as a picture gallery, hence, also, a large or important collection of paintings, sculptures, etc.
plume,
A large and flexible panicle of inflorescence resembling a feather, such as is seen in certain large ornamental grasses.
self-assumed,
Assumed by one's own act, or without authority.
nomadism,
The state of being a nomad.
enswaddle,
To take a swaddle from, to enswathe.
vein,
A narrow mass of rock intersecting other rocks, and filling inclined or vertical fissures not corresponding with the stratification, a lode, a dike, often limited, in the language of miners, to mineral vein or lode, that is, to a vein which contains useful minerals or ores.
caperberry,
The cutter and like fruit of the African and Arabian caper Copris sedado.
plunge,
Hence, a desperate hazard or act, a state of being submerged or overwhelmed with difficulties.
ply,
A fold, a plate, a turn or twist, as of a cord.
rev,
To twine or twist about, to surround, to encircle.
glue,
A ball of thread, yarn, or cord, also, the thread itself.
incubation,
The development of a disease from its causes, or its period of incubation, see below.
etymologize,
To search into the origin of words, to deduce words from their simple roots.
starchy,
Severely criticism.
voidance,
The act of voiding, emptying, ejecting, or evacuating.
cackled,
Imperfect and past participle of cackle. To laugh with a broken noise, like the cackling of a hen or a goose, to giggle.
keeper,
Ring, strap, clamp, or any device for holding an object in place, as the box on a door jamb into which the bolt of a lock protrudes. When shot, the ring serving to keep another ring on the finger, a loop near the buckle of a strap to receive the end of the strap.
granadillo,
A handsome tropical American wood, much used for making flutes and other wind instruments, called also granada cocos, or caucus, and red ebony.
menacing,
Present participle and verbal noun of menace, to express or show an intention to inflict, or to hold out a prospect of inflicting evil or injury upon, to threaten, usually followed by with before the harm threatened, as to menace a country with war.
loon,
A sorry fellow, a worthless person, a rogue.
rallied,
Imperfect and past participle of rally, to come into orderly arrangement, to renew order, or united effort, as troops scattered or put to flight, to assemble, to unite.
heel,
To cover, as a roof, with tiles, slate, lead, or the like.
proletariat,
The indigent class in the state, the body of proletarians.
starvedly,
In the condition of one starved or starving, parsimoniously.
anodynous,
Any medicine which allays pain, as an opiate or narcotic, anything that soothes disturbed feelings.
waxen,
Past participle of wax, a fatty, solid substance, produced by bees, and employed by them in the construction of their comb, usually called beeswax. It is first excreted from the row of pouches along their sides, in the form of scales, which, being masticated and mixed with saliva, become whitened and tenacious. Its natural color is pale or dull yellow.
teat,
The protuberance through which milk is drawn from the udder or breast of a mammal, a nipple, a pap, a mamilla, a dug, a
impound,
to shut up or place in an enclosure called a pound, hence, to hold in the custody of the court, as, to impound stray cattle, to impound a document for safekeeping.
contradistinct,
Distinguished by opposite qualities.
undergod,
A lower or inferior slash god, a subordinate deity, a demigod.
segmental,
Of or pertaining to the segments of animals, as a segmental duck, segmental papil.
transactor,
One who transacts, performs, or conducts any business.
phenomenal,
relating to or of the nature of a phenomenon, hence, extraordinary, wonderful, as a phenomenal memory.
Biomagnetism.
Animal magnetism.
Kinging.
Present participle in verbal noun of king, one who, or that which, holds a supreme position or rank, a chief among competitors, as a railroad king, a money king, the king of the lobby, the king of beasts.
Bibliographical.
Pertaining to bibliography, or the history of books.
Tunhoof.
Ground ivy, bullhoof.
Reverer.
One who reveries.
Drafting.
Present participle in verbal noun of draft, to draw from a military band or post, or from any district, company, or society, to detach, to select.
Anything Aryan.
One who holds to no particular creed or dogma.
Slow.
Heavy in wit, not alert, prompt, or spirited, wearisome, dull.
Primogeniture.
The state of being the firstborn of the same parents, seniority by birth among children of the same family.
Pterygoid.
A pterygoid bone.
Vega.
A brilliant star of the first magnitude, the brightest of those constituting the constellation Lyra.
Depressor.
A muscle that depresses or tends to draw down a part.
Induce.
To draw on, to overspread.
Vagabondary.
The condition of a vagabond, a state or habit of wandering about in idleness, vagrancy.
Metometer.
An instrument by which the pressure of the blood in the arteries, or veins, is measured by the height to which it will raise a column of mercury, called also a manometer.
Nose.
To utter in a nasal manner, to pronounce with a nasal drawing, as, to nose a prayer.
Prorogue.
To end the session of a parliament by an order of the sovereign, thus deferring its business.
Nomade.
One of a race or tribe that has no fixed location, but wanders from place to place in search of pasture or game.
Puree.
A dish made by boiling any article of food to pulp and rubbing it through a sieve, as a puree of fish or of potatoes, especially a soup the thickening of which is so treated.
Circumvallation.
A line of fieldworks made around a besieged place and the besieging army, to protect the camp of the besiegers against the attack of an enemy from without.
Autocrine.
The cavity in the skull in which the parts of the internal ear are lodged.
Hurtless.
Doing no injury, harmless, also, and hurt, without injury or harm.
Uniparous.
Producing but one axis of inflorescence, set of the scorpioid cyme.
Deposition.
The act of setting aside a sovereign or a public officer, deprivation of authority and dignity, displacement, removal.
Genna.
The cheek, the feathered side of the undermandible of a bird.
Orangery.
A place for raising oranges, a plantation of orange trees.
Almond.
A German.
Fulcrate.
Prop, supported by accessory organs.
Cockle.
Billotium, or darnel.
Gall.
To embrace.
Molluscus.
Of or pertaining to mollusks.
Folly.
A foolish act, an inconsiderate or thoughtless procedure, weak or light-minded conduct, foolery.
Incivilization.
The state of being uncivilized, want of civilization, barbarism.
Curtly.
In a curt manner.
Zapilo.
The Urdu, or American black vulture.
Shaver.
One who fleeces, a pillager, a plunderer.
Exploration.
Physical examination.
Sexton.
A stanza of 6 lines, a sestine.
Tory.
One who, in the time of the Revolution, favored submitting to claims of Great Britain against the colonies, an adherent to Crown.
Cogent.
An associate in an act, a co-worker.
Subsidiarily.
In a subsidiary manner, so as to assist.
Romanized.
Imperfect and past participle of Romanize, to conform to Roman Catholic opinions, customs, or modes of speech.
Sanguiginous.
Producing blood, as sanguiginous food.
Assist.
To be present as a spectator, as to assist at a public meeting.
Consequence.
A proposition collected from the agreement of other previous propositions, any conclusion which results from reason or argument, inference.
Den.
A small cavern or hollow place in the side of a hill, or among rocks, especially a cave used by a wild beast for shelter or concealment, as a lion's den, a den of robbers.
Forelive.
Past participle of for leave, to leave off wholly.
Pilus.
Consisting of, or covered with, hair, hairy, Pylos.
Aerology.
That department of physics which treats of the atmosphere.
Receivership.
The state or office of a receiver.
Racemulos.
Growing in very small racemes.
Juggling.
Jugglery, underhand practice.
Executive.
Tending to make dry, having the power of drying.
Fishery.
The right to take fish at a certain place, or in particular waters.
Peel.
To strip or tear off, to remove by stripping, as the skin of an animal, the bark of a tree, etc.
Ground.
To run aground, to strike the bottom and remain fixed, as the ship grounded on the bar.
Retrogress.
Backward development, a passing from higher to lower state of organization or structure, as when an animal, approaching maturity, becomes less highly organized than would be expected from its earlier stages or known relationship, called also retrograde development, and regressive metamorphism.
Sturdy.
Foolishly obstinate or irresolute, stubborn, unrelenting, unfeeling, stern.
Colosseum.
The amphitheater of Vespasian in Rome.
Lithuanian.
Of or pertaining to Lithuania, formerly a principality united with Poland, but now Russian and Prussian territory.
Stucco.
Plaster of any kind used as a coating for walls, especially a fine plaster, composed of lime or gypsum with sand and pounded marble, used for internal decorations and fine work.
Swarm.
A large number or mass of small animals or insects, especially when in motion.
Hyacine.
A hyacinth.
Resistance.
Non-resistance, passive submission, irresistance.
Ichor.
A thin, acrid, watery discharge from an ulcer, wound, etc.
Bag.
To pour, or take, or let go, out of a bag or bags.
Rupicola.
A genus of beautiful South American passerine birds, including the cock of the rock.
Landau.
A four-wheeled covered vehicle, the top of which is divided into two sections which can be let down or thrown back in such a manner as to make an open carriage.
Apocopated.
Shortened by a pocket, as an apocopate form.
Orange.
An orange yellow variety of the mineral chlorite, found in Norway.
Multivalent.
Having more than 1 degree of valence, as sulfur.
crockery,
Earthenware, vessels formed of baked clay, especially the coarser kinds.
chimically,
Wildly, vainly, fancifully.
vastitude,
Destruction, vastation.
hiss,
The note of the goose when irritated.
windy,
Figuratively, empty, airy.
shot,
A sudden depression of the vital forces of the entire body, or of a part of it, marking some profound impression produced upon the nervous system, as by severe injury, overpowering emotion, or the like.
speculum,
Any small, more or less rigid, bristle-like organ, as the caudal stylets of certain insects, the ventral stylets of certain infusoria.
accidental,
Happening by chance, or unexpectedly, taking place not according to the usual course of things, casual, fortuitous, as an accidental visit.
mediated,
Imperfect and past participle of mediate, to interpose between parties, as the equal friend of each, especially for the purpose of effecting a reconciliation or agreement, as to mediate between nations.
corpuscle,
A minute particle, an atom, a molecule.
beneplacido,
At or during pleasure.
overmatch,
One superior in power, also, and an equal match, a contest in which one of the opponents is overmatched.
excruciate,
To inflict agonizing pain upon, to torture, to torment greatly, to wreck, as to excruciate the heart or the body.
pericris,
Changing color by exposure.
gout,
To cause to deviate from straightness, to bend, to inflect, to make crooked or curved.
aztec,
One of the Aztec race or people.
frenuled,
Having the margin cut into rounded teeth notches, or scallops.
tarsatura,
A kind of mosaic in woodwork, much employed in Italy in the 15th century and later, in which scrolls and arabesques, and sometimes architectural scenes, landscapes, fruits, flowers, and the like, were produced by inlaying pieces of wood of different colors and shades into panels usually of walnut wood.
thar,
To a great distance in time from any point, remotely, as he pushed his researches far into antiquity.
neared,
Imperfect and past participle of near, next to the driver, when he is on foot, in the unted states, on the left of an animal or a team, as the near ox, the near leg, in a general sense, denoting from or away from, as side, under, off, no.
lenify,
to assuage, to soften, to mitigate, to alleviate.
oxide,
A binary compound of oxygen with an atom or radical, or a compound which is regarded as binary, as iron oxide, ethyl oxide, nitrogen oxide, etc.
silviculturist,
One who cultivates forestries, especially as a business.
omega,
The last, the end, hence, death.
distraction,
Derangement of the mind, madness.
gallows,
A frame from which is suspended the rope with which criminals are executed by hanging, usually consisting of two upright posts and a crossbeam on the top. Also, a like frame for suspending anything.
manumotor,
A small wheel carriage, so constructed that a person sitting in it may move Italian.
cephalitis,
Inflammation of the brain, or of the meninges of the brain, attended with acute fever and delirium, called also cephalitis.
stated,
Recurring at regular time, not occasional, as stated preaching, stated business hours.
murder,
Murder, N.C.
cataclysm,
Any violent catastrophe involving sudden and extensive changes of the Earth's surface.
binocular,
Pertaining to both eyes, employing both eyes at once, as binocular vision.
harmonophone,
An obsolete wind instrument with a keyboard, in which the sound, which resembled the oboe, was produced by the vibration of thin metallic plates, acted upon by blowing through a tube.
forming,
The act or process of giving form or shape to anything, as, in shipbuilding, the exact shaping of partially shaped timbers.
muniment,
That which supports or defends, stronghold, place or means of defense, munition, assistance.
mortar,
A short piece of ordnance used for throwing bombs, carcasses, shells, etc. at high angles of elevation, as 45 degrees, and even higher, so named from its resemblance in shape to the utensil above described.
constitutional,
For the benefit or one's constitution or health, as a constitutional walk.
succeed,
To come in the place of another person, thing, or event, to come next in the usual, natural, or prescribed course of things, to follow, hence, to come next in the possession of anything, often with a
admit,
to be capable of, to permit, as the words do not admit such a construction, in this sense, of may be used after the verb, or may be omitted.
hearse,
Behind in the year of its age.
Ocrasis.
Of or pertaining to ochre, containing or resembling ochre, as ochreous matter, ochreous soil.
Digit.
To point at or out with the finger.
Adida.
The innermost sanctuary or shrine in ancient temples, whence oracles were given, hence, a private chamber, a sanctum.
Righteousness.
The state of being right with God, justification, the work of Christ, which is the ground of justification.
Note.
To charge, as with crime with of or for before the thing charged, to brand.
Court-martialed.
Imperfect and past participle of court-martial. A court consisting of military or naval officers, for the trial of one belonging to the army or navy, or of offenses against military or naval law.
Hepatopancreas.
A digestive gland in crustacea, mollusca, etc., usually called the liver, but different from the liver of vertebrates.
Carriage.
Expense of careening ships.
Degree.
State as indicated by some of exponents. More particularly, the degree of a term is indicated by the sum of the exponents of its literal factors. Thus, A2B3C is a term of the sixth degree. The degree of a power, or radical, is denoted by its index, that of an equation by the greatest sum of the exponents of the unknown quantities in any term. Thus, x4 plus bx2 equals c, and mx2y2 plus nx equals p, are both equations of the fourth degree.
Apprehension.
Anticipation, mostly of things unfavorable, distrust or fear at the prospect of future evil.
Conventionalism.
That which is received or established by convention or arbitrary agreement, that which is in accordance with the fashion, tradition, or usage.
Tabid.
Affected by tabs, Tibetic.
Trachea.
An extensive division of arthropods comprising all those which breathe by tracheae, as distinguished from crustacea, which breathe by means of branchiae.
Tessellate.
Form of little squares, as mosaic work, checkered, as a tessellated pavement.
Objurgate.
To chide, to reprove.
Fiduciary.
Involving confidence or trust, confident, undoubting, faithful, firm, as in a fiduciary capacity.
Cum.
The curling crest of a wave.
Fixedness.
The quality of a body which resists evaporation or volatilization by heat, solidity, cohesion of parts, as the fixedness of gold.
Rattle.
A noisy, senseless talker, a jabberer.
Budgie.
Consisting of fur.
despond,
To give up, the will, courage, or spirit, to be thoroughly disheartened, to lose all courage, to become dispirited or depressed, to take an ineptful view.
drawing,
The act or the art of representing any object by means of lines and shades, especially such a representation when in one color, or in tints used not to represent the colors of natural objects, but for effect only, and produced with hard materials such as pencil, chalk, etc. Delineation, also the figure or representation drawn.
drink,
To fill, to stuff, to cram.
will,
Arbitrary disposal. Power to control, dispose, or determine.
recuperator,
A device used in connection with hot air engines, gas burning furnaces, etc., in which the incoming air or gas is heated by being brought into contact with masses of iron, brick, etc., which have been previously heated by the outgoing, or escaping, hot air or gas.
plurilocular,
Having several divisions containing seeds, as the lemon and the orange are plurilocular fruits.
prefigurative,
Showing by prefiguration.
egret,
The name of several species of herons which bear plumes on the back. They are generally white. Among the best known species are the American egret ardea / Herodias egretta, the great egret alba, the little egret garzetta of Europe, and the American snowy egret candidissima.
windy,
Figuratively, empty, airy.
square,
To make even, so as leave no remainder of difference, to balance, as, to square counts.
melisma,
The grace or embellishment.
warwick,
A dark brown or black mineral, occurring in prismatic crystals embedded in limestone near Warwick, New York. It consists of the borate and titanate of magnesia and iron.
laver,
One who loves, a washer.
billowed,
Imperfect and past participle of billow, a great wave or surge of the sea or other water, caused usually by violent wind.
thickening,
Something put into a liquid or mass to make it thicker.
capitulary,
Relating to the chapter of a cathedral, capitular.
viability,
The capacity of living, or being distributed, over wide geographical limits, as the viability of a species.
gonophore,
A sexual zooid produced as a medusoid but upon a hydroid, sometimes becoming a free hydromedusa, sometimes remaining attached. The reproductive zooids of a hydroid colony, collectively.
ablude,
To be in like, to differ.
Peritum.
The hard outer covering of hydroids and other marine animals. The parasarc.
Sphonography.
The art of writing in cuneiform characters, or of deciphering inscriptions made in such characters.
Bird.
To catch or shoot birds.
Molesting.
Present participle and verbal noun of molest. To trouble. To disturb. To render uneasy. To interfere with. To vex.
Carcan.
A jewel chain, necklace, or collar.
Un.
Those which are anomalous, provincial, or, for some other reason, not desirable to be used, and are so indicated as unperformed pure, unsatisfaction for dissatisfaction, unexpressible for inexpressible, and the like.
Manner.
Certain degree or measure, as it is in a manner done already.
Receptivity.
The state or quality of being receptive.
Casing.
Present participle and verbal noun of case, one of the forms, or the inflections or changes of form, of a noun, pronoun, or adjective, which indicate its relation to other words, and in the aggregate constitute its declension, the relation which a noun or pronoun sustains to some other word.
Venus.
Contained in the veins, or having the same qualities as if contained in the veins, that is, having a dark bluish color and containing an insufficient amount of oxygen so as no longer to be fit for oxygenating the tissues, said of the blood, and opposed to arterial.
Dunderheaded.
Thick-headed, stupid.
Sabred.
Of saber.
Abundant.
Fully sufficient, plentiful, in copious supply, followed by in, rarely by with.
Don't.
Anything done, a deed, an action good or bad, hence, in the plural, conduct, behavior, a syllable attached to the first tone of the major diatonic scale for the purpose of solmization, or solfeggio. It is the first of the 7 syllables used by the Italians as mains of musical tones, and replaced, for the sake of euphony, the syllable applied to the note centigrade. In England and America the same syllables are used by main as a scale pattern, while the tones in respect to absolute pitch are named from the first 7 letters of the alphabet.
Idiom.
The syntactical or structural form peculiar to any language, the genius or cast of a language.
Cast.
To throw off, to eject, to shed, to loose.
Dentoid.
Shaped like a tooth, tooth shape.
Thrush.
An affection of the mouth, fauces, etc., common in newly born children, characterized by minute ulcers called brownish pearl-colored specks or flakes in the mouth, on the lips, etc. terminating in white sloughs. They are commonly characteristic of thrush.
Abjuration.
The act of abjuring or forswearing, a renunciation upon oath, as abjuration of the realm, a sworn banishment, an oath taken to leave the country and never to return.
Loose strife.
Any species of the genus Lythrum, having purple, or, in some species, crimson flowers.
Smudged.
Imperfect and past participle of smudge, a heap of damp combustibles partially ignited and burning slowly, placed on the windward side of the house, tent, or the like, in order, by the thick smoke, to keep off mosquitoes or other insects.
Stinkhorn.
A kind of fungus of the genus Phallus, which emits a fetid odor.
Palimpsest.
A parchment which has been written upon twice, the first writing having been erased to make place for the second.
Assentator.
An obsequious, a flatterer.
Stale.
Something set or offered to view, as an allurement to draw others to any place or purpose, a decoy, a stool pigeon.
Ibex.
One of several species of wild goats having very large, recurved horns, transversely ridged in front, called also steinbok.
Evangelic.
Earnest for the truth taught in the gospel, strict in interpreting Christian doctrine, preeminently orthodox, technically applied to that party in the Church of England, and in the Protestant Episcopal Church, which holds the doctrine of justification by faith alone, the Low Church party. The term is also applied to other religion bodies not regarded as orthodox.
Crevice.
The crawfish.
Stemper.
An instrument for pounding or stamping.
Suppositive.
A word denoting or implying supposition, as the words if, granting, provided, etc.
Costless.
Costing nothing.
Sophism.
A proposition adopted by a majority of votes, especially one adopted by vote of the Athenian people, a statute.
Lauterbur axe.
A weapon of war, consisting of a pole armed with an axe set at its end, formerly used by the Scotch Highlanders.
Author.
The editor of a periodical.
Menorrhagia.
Profuse menstruation.
Pachyderm.
One of the Pachydermata.
Firm.
Rent for a farm. A farm, also, an abode, a place of residence, as he let his land to firm.
Squeezer.
One who, or that which, squeezes, as a lemon squeezer.
Oneself.
a reflexive form of the indefinite pronoun one, commonly written as two words, oneself.
Onconal.
Of or pertaining to the oncon or elbow.
Georgic.
Relating to agriculture and rural affairs.
Overturner.
One who overturns.
Sabine.
Of or pertaining to the ancient Sabines, a people of Italy.
Truckage.
The practice of bartering goods, exchange, barter, draw.
Scapula.
The principal bone of the shoulder girdle in mammals, the shoulder blade.
Chloral.
Chloral hydrate.
Nuisancer.
One who makes or causes a nuisance.
Relate.
To stand in some relation, to have bearing or concern, to pertain, to refer, with a.
Depressant.
An agent or remedy which lowers the vital powers.
Chipping.
Present participle and verbal noun of chip, wood or cube and palm leaf split into slips, or straw plaited in a special manner, for making hats or bonnets.
Orsidu.
Leaf metal of bronze, Dutch metal, pertaining to Holland, or to its inhabitants.
Stable.
A house, shed, or building, for beasts to lodge and feed in, especially a building or apartment with stalls, for horses, as a horse stable, a cow stable.
Pagina.
The surface of a leaf or of a flattened thallus.
Congregational.
Of or pertaining to congregation, conducted or participated in by a congregation, as congregational singing.
Tremelic.
Of, pertaining to, or designating, a certain tribasic acid called also tremelitic acid, metameric with trimezitic acid.
Guardless.
Without a guard or defense, unguarded.
View.
A cavity in a lobe, called also vogel.
Fuchs.
A student of the first year.
Non-prosecutor.
A judgment entered against the plaintiff in a suit where he does not appear to prosecute, will not prosecute, an entry on the record, denoting that a plaintiff discontinues his suit, or the attorney for the public a prosecution, either wholly, or as to some count, or as to some of several defendants.
Hand-winged.
Having wings that are like hands in the structure and arrangement of their bones, set of bats, an order of mammalia, including the bats, having 4 toes of each of the anterior limbs elongated and connected by a web, so that they can be used like wings in flying, one of the Troptera, an order of flying mammals, in which the wings are formed by a membrane stretched between the elongated fingers, legs, and tail. The common bats are small and insectivorous, an order of Mammalia, including the bats, having four toes of each of the anterior limbs elongated and connected by a web, so that they can be used like wings in flying. One of the Tropteria, an order of flying mammals, in which the wings are formed by a membrane stretched between the elongated fingers, legs, and tail. The common bats are small and insectivorous. See Tropteria and vampire.
Ring.
To subject to extortion, to flick, or oppress, in order to enforce compliance.
Wood.
The yaffle.
Myxoma.
A tumor made up of a gelatinous tissue resembling that found in the umbilical cord.
Countermanding.
Present participle and verbal noun of countermand, to revoke a former command, to cancel or rescind by giving an order contrary to one previously given, as, to countermand an order for goods.
Approvement.
A confession of guilt by a prisoner charged with treason or felony, together with an accusation of his accomplice and a giving evidence against them in order to obtain his own pardon. The term is no longer in use. It corresponded to what is now known as turning kings or queens, evidence in England, and states evidence in the United States.
Gawk.
A simpleton, a booby, a gawky.
Food.
What is fed upon, that which goes to support life by being received within, and assimilated by, the organism of an animal or a plant, nutriment, aliment, especially, what is eaten by animals for nourishment.
Skate.
To escape,
Scan.
to mount by steps, to go through with step by step.
Incredibility.
That which is incredible.
Plow.
The group of seven stars, commonly called the Dipper, in the constellation Ursa Major, or Great Bear, either one of the bears, see the phrases below, Major, under Ursa.
Modest.
Evincing modestly in the actor, author, or speaker, not showing presumption, not excessive or extreme, moderate, as, a modest request, modest joy.
Bat.
To get upon the back of, to mount.
Sandal.
A kind of shoe consisting of a sole strapped to the foot, a protection for the foot, covering its lower surface, but not its upper.
Soreness.
The quality or state of being sore, tenderness, painful, as, the soreness of a wound, the soreness of an affliction.
Zygodactylus.
Yoke-footed, having the toes disposed in pairs, applied to birds which have two toes before and two behind, as the parrot, cuckoo, woodpecker, etc.
Digester.
The conversion of food in the stomach and intestines into soluble and diffusible products capable of being absorbed by the blood.
Snatch block.
A kind of block with an opening in one side to receive the bit of a rope.
Chase.
A kind of joint by which an overlap joint is changed to flush joint by means of a gradually deepening rabbet, as at the ends of clinker-built boats.
Imposter.
One who imposes upon others, a person who assumes a character or title not his own, for the purpose of deception, a pretender.
Inwheel.
To encircle.
Fly.
A series of steps or stairs from one landing to another.
Blow.
To cause air to pass through by the action of the mouth, or otherwise, to cause to sound, as a wind instrument, as, to blow a trumpet, to blow an organ.
Fine.
Not gross, subtle, thin, tinous.
Deballoon.
A crescentic mass of granular protoplasm present in the salivary glands.
Sink.
An elision or retrenchment of one or more letters or syllables from the middle of a word, as near for never, every for every.
Southeast.
The point of the compass equally distant from the south and the east, the southeast part or region.
Rosaceae.
Pertaining to, or designating, an acid called oxalic acid, found in certain red precipitates of urine, of or pertaining to urine, obtained from urine, as uric acid.
Tragicommy pastoral.
Partaking of the nature of, or combining, tragedy, comedy, and pastoral poetry.
Bead.
A small knob of metal on a firearm, used for taking aim, whence the expression to draw a bead, for, to take aim.
Jaw.
A notch or opening.
Malconformation.
Imperfect, disproportionate, or abnormal formation, ill form, disproportion of parts.
Speed.
To cause to make haste, to dispatch with celerity, to drive at full speed, hence, to hasten, to hurry.
Power.
An authority enabling a person to dispose of an interest vested either in himself or in another person, ownership by appointment.
Dominical.
Relating to, or given by, our Lord, as, the Dominical or Lord's Prayer.
Knotless.
Free from knots, without knots.
Box.
A chest or any receptacle for the deposit of money, as, a pillar box, a contribution box.
Magnetical.
Pertaining to the magnet, possessing the properties of the magnet or corresponding properties, as a magnetic bar of iron, a magnetic needle.
Colligated.
Imperfect and past participle of colligate, to bring together by colligation, to sum up in a single proposition.
Stu-
To stutter.
Uterine.
A brown, amorphous, bitter substance having a strong emetic action, extracted from the root of the meter.
Fin-footed.
Having palmate feet.
Intendant.
One who has the charge, direction, or management of some public business, a superintendent, as an intendant of marine, an intendant of finance.
Cashew.
A tree Anacardium occidental, of the same family which the sumac. It is native in tropical America, but is now naturalized in all tropical countries. Its fruit, a kidney-shaped nut, grows at the extremity of an edible, pear-shaped hippocarp, about 3 inches long.
Vouch/or.
A book, paper, or document which serves to vouch the truth of accounts, or to confirm and establish facts of any kind. Also, any acquittance or receipt showing the payment of a debt, as the merchant's books are his vouchers for the correctness of his accounts. Notes, funds, receipts, and other writings are used as vouchers in proving facts.
Overfund.
Fond to excess.
Dumbbear.
One of two Roman officers or magistrates united in the same public functions.
Plumbism.
A diseased condition produced by the absorption of lead, common among workers in this metal or in its compounds, as among painters, typesetters, etc. It is characterized by various symptoms, as lead colic, lead line, and wrist drop, a severe paroxysmal pain in the abdomen, due to spasm, obstruction, or distension of some one of the hollow viscera, leg, and wrist.
Prick.
Peak offense.
Wearer.
One who wears or carries as a pendant to the body, as the wearer of a cloak, a sword, a crown, a shackle, etc.
Blotting paper.
A kind of thick, fibulous, incised paper used to absorb superfluous ink from freshly written manuscript, and thus prevent blots.
Solidified.
Imperfect and past participle of solidify, to become solid, to harden.
Resuscitative.
Tending to resuscitate, reviving, revivifying.
Seawolf.
The wolffish.
Walk.
To behave, to pursue a course of life, to conduct one's self.
Unicentral.
Having a single center of growth.
Sordidly.
The quality or state of being sordid.
hanging,
requiring, deserving, or foreboding death by the halter.
wilk,
A relative pronoun, used especially in referring to an antecedent noun or clause, but sometimes with reference to what is specified or implied in a sentence, or to a following noun or clause generally involving a reference, however, to something which has preceded. It is used in all numbers and genders, and was formerly used of persons.
ippopodia,
One of the lateral lobes of the foot in certain gastropods.
run,
To have a legal course, to be attached, to continue in force, effect, or operation, to follow, to go in company, as certain covenants run with the land.
muddiness,
The condition or quality of being muddy, turbidness, foulness caused by mud, dirt, or sediment, as the muddiness of a stream.
monogrammic,
Of, pertaining to, or resembling, a monogram.
plumb,
In a plumb direction, perpendicularly.
loop,
Imperfect and past participle of loop, a fold or doubling of a thread, cord, rope, etc., through which another thread, cord, etc., can be passed, or which a hook can be hooked into, an eye, as of metal, a staple, a noose, a bit.
break,
To scrape or scratch across, to pass over quickly and lightly, as a rake does.
debituminization,
The act of depriving of bitumen.
terslet,
A male hawk or eagle, a tiercel.
pike staff,
A staff with a spike in the lower end, to guard against slipping.
sameness,
The state of being the same, identity, absence of difference, near resemblance, correspondence, similarity, as a sameness of person, of manner, of sound, of appearance, and the like.
prejudicial,
Tending to obstruct or impair, hurtful, injurious, disadvantageous, detrimental.
snack,
To have or exhibit indications of the presence of any character or quality.
gravestone,
A stone laid over, or erected near, a grave, usually with an inscription, to preserve the memory of the dead, a tombstone.
mousing,
Impertinently inquisitive, prying, meddlesome.
distriction,
Sudden display, flash, glitter.
carriage,
The act of carrying, transporting, or conveying.
zirconium,
A rare element of the carbon-silicon group, intermediate between the metals and nonmetals, obtained from the mineral zircon as a dark sooty powder, or as a gray metallic crystalline substance, symbol zirconium. atomic weight 90.4.
Patu,
The large South American goatsucker Nyctibius grandis.
dog,
To cut off, as wool from sheep's tails, to lop or clip off.
Initin,
The orangutan.
coalesce,
To grow together, to unite by growth into one body, as the parts separated by a wound coalesce.
fondle,
Flattery, cajolery, deceit.
self-contained,
Having self-control, reserved, uncommunicative, wholly engrossed in oneself.
pestful,
Pest-bearing, pestilential, noxious to health, malignant, infectious, contagious, as pestiferous bodies.
jewel,
A refreshing drink flavored with aromatic herbs.
disnatured,
Deprived or destitute of natural feelings, unnatural.
vagrancy,
A wandering, vagrancy.
logarithmic,
Of or pertaining to logarithms, consisting of logarithms.
furtively,
Stealthily by theft.
lethargical,
Pertaining to, affected with, or resembling, lethargy, morbidly drowsy, dull, heavy.
orological,
Of or pertaining to orology.
barnyard,
A yard belonging to a barn.
acquiry,
The act of acquiring, or that which is acquired, attainment.
picker,
The piece in alum which strikes the end of the shuttle, and impels it through the warp.
scaffold,
An accumulation of adherent, partly fused material forming a shelf, or dome-shaped obstruction, above the tires in a blast furnace.
wallow,
To roll oneself about, as in mire, to tumble and roll about, to move lazily or heavily in any medium, to flounder, as swine wallow in the mire.
vivarium,
Of or pertaining to the vivarid, or civet family.
sonnableness,
The quality of being sonnable.
produce,
To extend, applied to a line, surface, or solid, as to produce a side of a triangle.
screw,
An amphipod crustacean, as the skeleton screw coprolita, find particles of stone, especially of siliceous stone, but not reduced to dust, comminuted stone in the form of loose grains, which are not coherent when wet.
spruce,
Any coniferous tree of the genus Picea, as the Norway spruce Page excelsa, and the white and black spruces of America Page alba and Page nigra, besides several others in the far northwest, a genus of coniferous trees of the northern hemisphere, including the Norway spruce and the American black and white spruces. These trees have pendant cones, which do not readily fall to pieces, in this and other respects differing from the firs.
Veto.
The exercise of such authority, an act of prohibition or prevention, as a veto is probable if the bill passes.
Boomslang.
The large South African tree snake Bucephalus capensis, although considered venomous by natives, it has no poison fangs.
Revel.
To move playfully, to indulge without restraint.
Seraphical.
Of or pertaining to seraph, becoming, or suitable to, a seraph, angelic, sublime, pure, refined.
Misconceiving.
Present participle and verbal noun of misconceive, to conceive wrongly, to interpret incorrectly, to receive a false notion of, to misjudge, to misapprehend.
Iconography.
The art or representation by pictures or images, the description or study of portraiture or representation, as of persons, as the iconography of the ancients.
Nappies.
A round earthen dish with a flat bottom and sloping sides.
Competitress.
A woman who competes.
Salting.
A salt marsh.
Thornetic.
Pertaining to threne, sorrowful, mournful.
Ritualism.
Specifically the principles and practices of those in the Church of England, who in the development of the Oxford movement, so-called, have insisted upon a return to the use in church services of the symbolic ornaments, altar cloths, and Eucharistic vestments, candles, etc., that were sanctioned in the second year of Edward VI, and never, as they maintain, forbidden by Competence authority, although generally disused. Schaffhausen also, the principles and practices of those in the Protestant Episcopal Church who sympathize with this party in the Church of England.
Voiture.
Wait,
Nodal.
that may be known, capable of being discovered, understood, or ascertained.
Cutotter.
A seabird of the Atlantic Rinchops nigra, called also black skimmer, scissorsbill, and razorbill, any species of long-winged marine birds of the genus Rinchops, allied to the terns, but having the lower mandible compressed and much longer than the upper one. These birds fly rapidly along the surface of the water, with the lower mandible immersed, thus skimming out small fishes. The American species R. nigra is common on the southern coasts of the United States, called also scissorbill and chairbill.
Impregnate.
To infuse particles of another substance into, to communicate the quality of another to cause to be filled, imbued, mixed, or furnished with something, as, to impregnate India rubber with sulfur, clothing impregnated with contagion, rock impregnated with ore.
Dorsimosin.
Anatomy. The mesial plane dividing the body of an animal into similar right and left halves. The line in which it meets the dorsal surface has been called the dorsimosin, and the corresponding ventral edge the ventrimosin.
Indiscus.
Not discussed.
Cid.
An epic poem, which celebrates the exploits of the Spanish national hero, Ridias.
Megascope.
A modification of the magic lantern, used especially for throwing a magnified image of an opaque object on a screen, solar or artificial light being used.
Piscinal.
Belonging to fish pond or a piscina.
Thread.
Figuratively, composition, quality, thinness.
Radiantly.
In a radiant manner, with glittering splendor.
Mini.
Amino.
Bris.
Pertaining to, or derived from, gold. Set of those compounds of gold in which this element has its lower valence, as, bris oxide.
Bounties.
A premium offered or given to induce men to enlist into the public service, or to encourage any branch of industry, as husbandry or manufactures.
Wax.
A substance, somewhat resembling wax, found in connection with certain deposits of rock salt and coal, called also mineral wax, and is described.
Hoe.
Who,
Epigram.
the style of the epigram.
Intensive.
Stretch, admitting of intention, or increase of degree, that can be intensified.
Platen.
The movable table of a machine tool, as a planer, on which the work is fastened, and presented to the action of the tool, also called table.
Podium.
The masonry under the stylobate of a temple, sometimes a mere foundation, sometimes containing chambers.
Shear.
Straight up and down, vertical, perpendicular.
Forfeit.
A thing forfeit or forfeited, what is or may be taken from one in requital of a misdeed committed, that which is lost, or the right to which is alienated, by a crime, offense, neglect of duty, or breach of contract, hence, a fine, mulcd, a penalty, as, he who murders pays the forfeit of his life.
Sway.
To be drawn to one side by weight or influence, to lean, to incline.
Voucher.
The tenant in a writ of right, one who calls in another to establish his warranty of title. In common recoveries, there may be a single voucher or double vouchers.
Which.
To stir.
Grip.
An energetic or tenacious grasp. A holding fast, strength in grasping.
Polariscope.
An instrument consisting essentially of a polarizer and an analyzer, used for polarizing light and analyzing its properties.
Jaw.
Figuratively, anything resembling the jaw of an animal in form or action, especially, plural, the mouth or way of entrance, as, the jaws of a pass, the jaws of darkness, the jaws of death.
Journalistic.
Pertaining to journals or to journalists, contained in, or characteristic of, the public journals, as journalistic literature or enterprise.
Evaporable.
Capable of being converted into vapor, or dissipated by evaporation.
Frontignac.
A sweet muscadine wine made in Frontignan-Languedoc, France.
Flooring.
A platform, the bottom of a room, a floor, pavement, the structure formed of beams, girders, etc., with proper covering, which divides a building horizontally into stories. Floor in sense one is, then, the upper surface of floor in sense two.
Valor.
In an artistical composition, the character of any one part in its relation to other parts and to the whole, often used in the plural, as, the values are well given, or well maintained.
Midsole.
The lowest sill of a structure, usually embedded in the soil. The lowest timber of a house, also, that sill or timber of a bridge which is laid at the bottom of the water. The basis or foundation of a thing, especially a horizontal piece, as a timber, which forms the lower member of a frame, or supports a structure, as the sills of a house, of a bridge, of a loom, and the like.
Overcome.
To come or pass over, to spreads over.
Look.
To show oneself in looking, as by leaning out of a window, as, look out of the window while I speak to you, sometimes used figuratively.
Stroud.
A kind of coarse blanket or garment used by the North American Indians.
Seashore.
The coast of the sea, the land that lies adjacent to the sea or ocean.
Syringing.
Present participle and verbal noun of syringe, a kind of small hand pump for throwing a stream of liquid, or for purposes of aspiration. It consists of a small cylindrical barrel and piston, or a bulb of soft elastic material, with or without valves, and with a nozzle which is sometimes at the end of a flexible tube, used for injecting animal bodies, cleansing wounds, etc.
Summer house.
A rustic house or apartment in a garden or park, to be used as a pleasure resort in summer.
Coopee.
Concupiscence, used only in Troilus and Cressida.
Hieroglyphic.
A sacred character, a character in picture writing, as of the ancient Egyptians, Mexicans, etc., specifically, in the plural. The picture writing of the ancient Egyptian priests, it is made up of three, or, as some say, four classes of characters. First, the hieroglyphic proper, or figurative, in which the representation of the object conveys the idea of the object itself. Second, the ideographic, consisting of symbols representing ideas, not sounds, as an ostrich feather is a symbol of truth. Third, the phonetic, consisting of symbols employed as syllables of a word, or as letters of the alphabet, having a certain sound, as a hawk represented the vowel in O.
Cyrenian.
Pertaining to Cyrene, in Africa, Cyrenaic.
Traps.
Small or portable articles for dress, furniture, or use, goods, luggage, things.
Anhydrite.
A mineral of a white or a slightly bluish color, usually massive. It is anhydrous sulfate of lime, and differs from gypsum in not containing water, whence the name.
Irremediableness.
The state or quality of being irremediable.
Chinchilla.
A heavy, long-necked, tufted woolen cloth.
Grogginess.
Tenderness or stiffness in the foot of a horse, which causes him to move in a hobbling manner.
Bryologist.
One versed in bryology.
Serbonian.
Relating to the lake of Serbonus in Egypt, which by reason of the sand blowing into it had a deceptive appearance of being solid land, but was a bog.
Tigerfoot.
A name given to some species of morning glory Ipomoea, having the leaves lobed in petite fashion.
Derival.
The act of receiving anything from a source, the act of procuring an effect from a cause, means, or condition, as profits from capital, conclusions or opinions from evidence.
Wet.
Imperfect and past participle of wet, to fill or moisten with water or other liquid, to sprinkle, to cause to have water or other fluid adherent to the surface, to dip or soak in a liquid, as, to wet a sponge, to wet the hands, to wet cloth.
Festival.
Pertaining to fest, festive, festal, appropriate to festival, joyous, mirthful.
Liquid.
A substance whose parts change their relative position on the slightest pressure, and therefore retain no definite form. Any substance in the state of liquidity, a fluid that is not aeriform.
City.
Of or pertaining to a city.
Indeciduous.
not deciduous or falling, as the leaves of trees in autumn, lasting, evergreen, persistent, permanent, perennial. To admit of incision or severance, to yield to cutting instrument.
Proceed.
That which comes forth or results, effect, yield, issue, product, some accruing from the sale, etc.
Glycogen.
The production or formation of sugar from glycogen, as in the liver.
Calamine.
A mineral, the hydrous silicate of zinc.
Croup.
A ball of minced meat, fowl, rice, or other ingredients, highly seasoned and fried.
Purifier.
One who, or that which, purifies or cleanses, a cleanser, a refiner.
Stylomeriferous.
Of or pertaining to stylomifera.
Imprescriptible.
Not capable of being lost or impaired by neglect, by disuse, or by the claims of another founded on prescription.
Agglomerated.
Collected into a rounded head of flowers.
Plano-concave.
Plane or flat on one side, and concave on the other, as a plano-concave lens, a piece of glass, or other transparent substance, ground with two opposite regular surfaces, either both curved, or one curved and the other plane, and commonly used, either singly or combined, in optical instruments, for changing the direction of rays of light, and thus magnifying objects, or otherwise modifying vision. In practice, the curved surfaces are usually spherical, though rarely cylindrical, or of some other figure.
Sardonic.
Forced, unnatural, insincere, hence, derisive, mocking, malignant, or bitterly sarcastic, applied only to a laugh, smile, or some facial semblance of giddy.
Shindy.
An uproar or disturbance, a spree, row, a riot.
Appetite.
The desire for some personal gratification, either of the body or of the mind.
Miller.
The eagle ray.
Soporiferous.
Causing sleep, somniferous, soporific.
Erosive.
That erodes or gradually eats away, tending to erode, corrosive.
Regal.
A fixed star of the first magnitude in the left foot of the constellation Orion.
Federal.
Composed of states or districts which retain only a subordinate and limited sovereignty, as the Union of the United States, or the Sonderbund of Switzerland.
Abent.
Being in a state of abeyance.
Cra.
A knee, or piece of knee timber.
Raman.
The evil principle or being of the ancient Persians, the prince of darkness as opposer to Ormuzd, the king of light.
September.
The office of Septemvir, the government by Septemvirs.
Porphyry.
To advance or gain upon, said of a vessel that gains upon another when sailing close hauled.
Heart dear.
Sincerely beloved.
Community.
Common possession or enjoyment. Participation, as a community of goods.
Radix.
The root of a plant.
Frugalness.
Quality of being frugal. Frugality.
Ellipsoid.
A solid, all plane sections of which are ellipses or circles. Anything that has a form resembling that of a cone. 2a.
Revolutionary.
A revolutionist.
Electrothermancy.
That branch of electrical science which treats of the effect of an electric current upon the temperature of a conductor, or a part of a circuit composed of two different metals.
Leap.
To spring clear of the ground, with the feet, to jump, to vault, as a man leaps over a fence, or leaps upon a horse.
Fibrochondra steel.
Partly fibrous, partly cartilaginous, and partly osseous.
Redeliberate.
To deliberate again, to reconsider.
Leader.
Allez, a German song. It differs from the French chanson and the Italian canzone, all three being national.
Ineffervescent.
Not effervescing, or not susceptible of effervescence. Quiescent.
Trigamous.
Having three sorts of flowers in the same head, male, female, and hermaphrodite, or perfect, flowers.
Preambulary.
Of or pertaining to preamble, introductory, contained or provided for in a preamble.
Redbreast.
The long-eared pondfish, any one of numerous species of American freshwater fishes belonging to the family Centrarchid, called also pond perch, and sunfish.
Prick.
To pierce slightly with a sharp-pointed instrument or substance, to make a puncture in, or to make by puncturing, to drive a fine point into, as, to prick one with a pin, needle, etc. To prick a card, to prick holes in paper.
Dorian.
A native or inhabitant of Doris in Greece.
Inlet.
A bay or recess as in the shore of a sea, lake, or large river, a narrow strip of water running into the land or between islands.
Answer.
A solution, the result of a mathematical operation, as the answer to a problem.
begrudge,
to grudge, to envy the possession of,
incavation,
act of making hollow, also, hollow, an excavation, a depression,
supply,
the food, and the like, which meets the daily necessities of an army or other large body of men, store, used chiefly in the plural, as the army was discontented for lack of supplies.
emboweled,
Of embowel,
occiput,
the back or posterior part of the head or skull, the region of the occipital bone,
scintillated,
imperfect and past participle of scintillate, to emit sparks, or fine igneous particles,
belonging,
to be a part of, or connected with, to be appendant or related, to allegiance or service.
arquebuse,
A firearm with match holder, trigger, and tumbler, made in the second half of the 15th century. The barrel was about 40 inches long. A form of the arquebus was subsequently called arquebus with matchlock.
oarfish,
The ribbon fish,
constriction,
the act of constricting by means of some inherent power or by movement or change in the thing itself, as distinguished from compression.
mendole,
The cackerel,
technique,
the method of performance in any art, technical skill, artistic execution, technique,
trunk,
a long tube through which pellets of clay, p/as, etc., are driven by the force of the breath.
skinless,
Having no skin, or a very thin skin, as skinless fruit.
fastellarian,
A low fellow, a stinkard, a scoundrel.
fling,
A severe or contemptuous remark, an expression of sarcastic scorn, a jibe, a sarcasm.
tethered,
Imperfect and past participle of tether, a machine for stirring and spreading hay, to expedite its drying.
elmen,
Belonging to elms.
material,
Pertaining to the matter, as opposed to the form, of a thing, that of which anything is composed, constituent substance, material, the material or substantial part of anything, the constituent elements of conception, that into which a notion may be analyzed, the essence, the pith, the embodiment.
panos,
Similar in texture or appearance to felt or woolen cloth.
mingle mangle,
A hodgepodge.
scholastic,
Pertaining to or suiting a scholar, a squill, or schools. Scholar-like, as scholastic manners or pride. Scholastic learning.
Mannered.
Having a certain way, especially a polite way, of carrying and conducting oneself.
Phytogenic.
Producing decomposition, as diseases which are supposed to be accompanied or caused by decomposition.
Tossing.
A process which consists in washing ores by violent agitation in water, in order to separate the lighter or airy particles, called also tossing, and trelubing, in Cornwall.
Synaptase.
A ferment resembling diastase, found in bitter almonds. Compare amygdalin and emulsin.
Bloomer.
A woman who wears a bloomer costume.
Number.
A numeral. A word or character denoting a number, as to put a number on a door.
Verge.
The external male organ of certain mollusks, worms, etc. The act of illustrating, the act of making clear and distinct. Education, also, the state of being illustrated, or of being made clear and distinct, in appendix.
Adriathalma.
A group of crustacea in which the eyes are without stalks, the arthrostrata.
Extradition.
The surrender or delivery of an alleged criminal by one state or sovereignty to another having jurisdiction to try a charge.
Ossen.
A fish having a bony skeleton, a teleost.
Lubricity.
Smoothness, freedom from friction, also, property, which diminishes friction, as the lubricity of oil.
Philological.
Of or pertaining to philology.
Wop.
The European curlew, called also AWP, wop, great wop, and stock wop.
Bartram.
Elitory of Spain and Acyclus pyrethrum.
Lunary.
A low fleshy fern Patricium lunaria, with lunate segments of the leaf or frond.
Blue point.
A child's game.
Jaina.
One of a numerous sect in British India, holding the tenets of Jainism.
High.
In a high manner, in a high place, to a great altitude, to a great degree, largely, in a superior manner, eminently, powerfully.
Seize.
To fall or rush upon suddenly and lay hold of, to gripe or grasp suddenly, to reach and grasp.
Fissiparism.
Reproduction by spontaneous fission.
Demoiselle.
A young lady, a damsel, a lady's maid.
Flank.
A total failure in a recitation.
Monosulfide.
A sulfide containing one atom of sulfur, and analogous to monoxide, contrasted with a polysulfide, as galena is a monosulfide.
Landlordry.
The state of a landlord.
Stercoraceous.
Of or pertaining to dung, partaking of the nature of, or containing, dung.
Expansion.
Enlargement or extension of business transactions, especially increase of the circulation of banknotes.
Appropriate.
To make suitable, to suit.
Cottize.
A diminutive of the bendlet, containing one half its area or one quarter the area of the bend. When a single cottice is used alone it is often called a cos. A diminutive of the chevron, containing one-fourth of its surface. Couple closes are generally borne one on each side of a chevron, and the blazoning may then be either a chevron between two couple closes or chevron cotized.
Representation.
The act of representing, or the state of being presented again, a new presentation, as representation of facts previously stated.
Imponderable.
An imponderable substance or body, specifically, in the plural, a name formerly applied to heat, light, electricity, and magnetism, regarded as subtle fluids destitute of weight but in modern science little used.
Draw.
To trace by scent, to track, a hunting term.
Conventicular.
One who supports or frequents conventicles.
Captain.
Chief, superior.
Professor.
One who professed, or publicly teaches, any science or branch of learning, especially an officer in a university, college, or other seminary, whose business it is to read lectures, or instruct students, in a particular branch of learning, as a professor of theology, of botany, of mathematics, or of political economy.
Cream.
To skim, or take off by skimming, as cream.
Phaeton.
A stuffed jacket worn under the mail, or later, a jacket plated with mail.
Nepotus.
One who practices nepotism.
Gallstone.
A concretion, or calculus, formed in the gallbladder or biliary passages, any solid concretion, formed in any part of the body, but most frequent in the organs that act as reservoirs, and in the passages connected with them, as biliary calculi, urinary calculi, etc., and
Aventine.
a post of security or defense.
Oilcloth.
Cloth treated with oil or paint, and used for marking garments, covering floors, etc.
Weakly.
Not strong of constitution, infirm, feeble, as a weakly woman, a man of a weakly constitution.
Centipede.
A species of the myriapoda, especially the large, flattened, venomous kinds of the order Chilopoda, found in tropical climates. They are many-jointed and have a great number of feet.
Religionism.
Affectation or pretense of religion.
Piecer.
One who pieces, a patcher.
Buckskin.
A person clothed in buckskin, particularly an American soldier of the Revolutionary War.
Building.
Present participle and verbal noun of build. To rest or depend, as on a foundation, to ground one's self or one's hopes or opinions upon something deemed reliable. To rely, as, to build on the opinions or advice of others.
Ovuli.
A fossil egg.
Slip.
An opening or space for vessels to lie in, between wharves or in a dock, as, deck slip.
Spongiopilion.
A kind of cloth interwoven with small pieces of sponge and rendered waterproof on one side by a covering of rubber. When moist and with hot water it is used as a poultice.
Its.
Possessive form of the pronoun Italian, of or pertaining to Italy, or to its people or language.
Pterosyllable.
A word consisting of 4 syllables, a quadrisyllable.
Base burner.
A furnace or stove in which the fuel is contained in a hopper or chamber, and is fed to the fire as the lower stratum is consumed.
Circumlocutory.
Characterized by circumlocution, periphrastic.
Immortalize.
To render immortal, to cause to live or exist forever.
Subtle.
Thin, not dense or gross, rare, as, subtle air, subtle vapor, a subtle medium.
Late.
Far advanced toward the end or close, as, a late hour of the day, a late period of life.
Precellency.
Excellence, superiority.
HYDR.
A combining form from Greek water, a serpent or monster in the lake or marsh of Lerna, in the Peloponnesus, represented as having many heads, one of which, when cut off, was immediately succeeded by 2 others. Unless the one was cauterized, it was slain by Hercules, hence, a terrible monster.
Compatible.
Capable of existing in harmony, conrus, suitable, not repugnant, usually followed by with.
Bold face.
Having a conspicuous or heavy face.
Lodgment.
The occupation and holding of a position, as by a besieging party, an instrument thrown up in a captured position, as, to effect a lodgment.
Uncivilized.
Not civilized, not reclaimed from savage life, rude. barbarous, savage, as the uncivilized inhabitants of Central Africa.
idolist,
A worshipper of idols.
infoliate,
To cover or overspread with, or as with, leaves.
slipperiness,
The quality of being slippery.
traitor,
Hence, one who betrays any confidence or trust, a betrayer.
barber,
Of, or pertaining to, or resembling, barbarians, rude, uncivilized, barbarous, as, barbarian governments or nations.
whistler,
The whistlefish.
lustering,
The brightening of the metal in the crucible when it becomes pure, as in certain refining processes.
homonymously,
Equivocally, ambiguously.
rebel,
To drive or beat back, to repulse.
urchin,
One of a pair in a series of small cart cylinders, arranged around a carting drum, so called from its fancied resemblance to the hedgehog.
carry,
To contain, to comprise, to bear the aspect of to show or exhibit, to imply.
hackmatack,
The American larch Larix americana, a coniferous tree with slender deciduous leaves. Also, its heavy, close-grained timber, called also tamarack,
multiplication,
consisting of many, or of more than one, multiple, multifold.
hazarder,
One who hazards or ventures.
thwarter,
A disease in sheep, indicated by shaking, trembling, or convulsive motions.
blatant,
Bellowing, as a calf, bawling, brawling, clamoring, disagreeably clamorous, sounding loudly and harshly.
chaffer,
One who chaffs.
solitarily,
In a solitary manner, in solitude, alone.
splendidious,
Showy, magnificent, sumptuous, pompous, as a splendid palace, a splendid procession or pageant.
ephemeris,
A diary, a journal.
coat,
A petticoat.
opposite,
Extremely different, inconsistent, contrary, repugnant, antagonistic.
ground,
One of the pieces of wood, flush with the plastering, to which moldings, etc., are attached, usually in the plural.
oleo,
A dish of stewed meat of different kinds.
procatarctic,
Beginning, predisposing, exciting, initial.
Kerms.
The dried bodies of the females of a scale insect Coccicillicis, allied to the cochineal insect, and found on several species of oak near the Mediterranean. They are round, about the size of a pea, contain coloring matter analogous to carmine, and are used in dyeing. They were anciently thought to be of a vegetable nature, and were used in medicine.
Lighterage.
The act of unloading into a lighter, or of conveying by a lighter.
Ovine.
Of, from, in, or pertaining to, the belly or the intestines, as, ovine discharges, ovine concretions.
Anti-asthmatic.
Opposing, or fitted to relieve, asthma.
Ingraining.
Present participle and verbal noun of ingrain, to incorporate with the grain or texture of anything, to infuse deeply, dyed before manufacture, said of the material of a textile fabric, hence, in general, thoroughly enroute, forming an essential part of the substance.
Wiccan tree.
The European rowan tree, called also quickbeam and quickenbeam, a European tree Parasocuparia, related to the apple, but with pinnate leaves and flat corymbs of small white flowers followed by little bright red berries, called also rowan tree and mountain ash. The name is also applied to two American trees of similar habit, Pyrus americana and Page sambucifolia.
Tillman.
A cromlech, a monument of rough stones composed of one or more large ones supported in a horizontal position upon others. They are found chiefly in countries inhabited by the ancient Celts, and are of a period anterior to the introduction of Christianity into these countries.
Claw.
A figure or figured work on the ankle or side of a stocking.
Megalops.
A larva, in a stage following the zoea, in the development of most crabs. In this stage the legs and abdominal appendages have appeared. The abdomen is relatively long, and the eyes are large, also used adjectively.
Sneered.
Imperfect and past participle of sneer, to utter with a grimace or contemptuous expression, to utter with a sneer, to say sneeringly, as, to sneer fulsome lies at a person.
Chargeless.
Free from, or with little, charge.
Quilting.
The act of stitching or running in patterns, as in making a quilt.
Chlormethane.
A colorless gas, CH3Cl, of a sweet odor, easily condensed to a liquid, called also methyl chloride.
Universology.
The science of the universe, and the relations which it involves.
Het.
An apparatus for separating the threads of warps into sets, as they are wound upon the reel from the bobbins, in a warping machine.
Admiralty.
The department or officers having authority over naval affairs generally.
Carbonado.
Imperfect and past participle of carbonate, to cut meat across for frying or broiling, to cut or slice and broil.
Lance name.
To tear, to lacerate, to pierce or stab.
Cyrennical.
Like, or appropriate to, a siren, fascinating, deceptive.
A sprawl.
Sprawling.
Impertinator.
One who impotence, an impertiner.
Misto.
To do wrong to ill treat.
Crack.
To utter a loud or sharp, sudden sound.
Princeling.
A petty prince, a young prince.
Crowder.
One who plays on the crowd, a fiddler.
Baalism.
Worship of Baal, idolatry.
Anachronous.
Containing an anachronism, anachronistic.
Quadruple.
Fourfold, as, to make quadruple restitution, a quadruple alliance.
Pyroglyph.
Pertaining to, derived from, or designating, an acid called pyrrolidol, a phenol metameric with fluoroglycine, obtained by the distillation of gallic acid as a poisonous white crystalline substance having acid properties, and hence called also pyroglic acid. It is a strong reducer, and is used as a developer in photography and in the production of certain dyes.
Bearing.
The part of an axle or shaft in contact with its support, collar, or boxing, the journal.
Quadricorn.
Any quadricornous animal.
Carbonado.
Imperfect and past participle of carbonate, to cut meat across for frying or broiling, to cut or slice and broil.
Scoffery.
The act of scoffing, scoffing conduct, mockery.
Duplicate.
To divide into two by natural growth or spontaneous action, as, infusoria duplicate themselves.
Unprop.
To remove a prop or props from, to deprive of support.
Awfulness.
The state of being struck with awe, a spirit of solemnity, profound reverence.
Nearly.
Full of knots, hard, tough, dense, capable of enduring or resisting much.
Hierarchy.
Government by ecclesiastics, a hierarchy.
Earth.
The bindings of a hedge.
Standard.
Being, affording, or according with, a standard for comparison and judgment, as, standard time, standard weights and measures, a standard authority as to nautical terms, standard gold or silver.
dead,
resembling death in appearance or quality, without show of life, death-like, as a dead sleep.
authorize,
To clothe with authority, warrant, or legal power. To give a right to act, to empower, as to authorize commissioners to settle a boundary.
thesaurus,
A treasury or storehouse, hence, a repository, especially of knowledge, often applied to a comprehensive work, like a dictionary or cyclopedia.
varit,
A silver coin of about 86 grains, having the figure of an archer, and hence, in modern times, called a dart.
beetle,
A machine in which fabrics are subjected to hammering process while passing over rollers, as in cotton mills, called also beetling machine.
northwestwardly,
Toward the northwest.
abnegated,
Imperfect and past participle of abnegate, to deny and reject, to abjure.
uncertainty,
The quality or state of being uncertain.
beveled,
Imperfect and past participle of bevel. Any angle other than a right angle. The angle which one surface makes with another when they are not at right angles. The slant or inclination of such surface, as, to give a bevel to the edge of a table or a stone slab, the bevel of a piece of timber.
gloria,
A portion of the Mass Glory in Excelsis Deo, glory be to God on high, and also of the communion service in some churches. In the Episcopal Church the version in English is used.
marine,
A soldier serving on shipboard, a sea soldier, one of a body of troops trained to do duty in the Navy.
hat,
That which happens or comes suddenly or unexpectedly, also, the manner of occurrence or taking place, chance, fortune, accident, casual event, fate, luck, lot.
examination,
The act of examining, or state of being examined, a careful search, investigation, or inquiry, scrutiny by study or experiment.
disembitter,
To free from bitterness.
scopping,
Present participle and verbal noun of scape, a peduncle rising from the ground or from a subterranean stem, as in the stemless violets, the bloodroot, and the lye.
Jacobite,
Of or pertaining to the Jacobites.
hood,
Anything resembling a hood in form or use.
radical,
A riglet, a radical.
misogamy,
Hater slash of marriage.
zealotical,
Like, or suitable to, a zealot, ardently zealous.
indictment,
The act of indicting.
sottery,
Folly.
Anti-federalist.
One of party opposed to federative government, applied particularly to the party which opposed the adoption of the Constitution of the United States.
Shide.
A thin board, a billet of wood, a splinter.
Distincture.
The quality or state of being distinct, a separation or difference that prevents confusion of parts or things.
Sympathy.
A tendency of inanimate things to unite or to act on each other, as the sympathy between the lodestone and iron.
Ruined.
Stand off or be gone.
Labeling.
Present participle and verbal noun of label. A barrelet or, rarely, a bendlet with pendants or points, usually three, especially used as a mark of cadency to distinguish an eldest or only son while his father is still living.
Footman.
A studious man, a scholar.
Contrivance.
The act or faculty of contriving, inventing, devising, or planning.
Sponge.
The elastic fibrous skeleton of many species of horny spongy keratosa, used for many purposes, especially the varieties of the genus Sponga. The most valuable sponges are found in the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, and on the coasts of Florida and the West Indies.
Bee.
An insect of the order Hymenoptera, and family Apid the honeybees, or family Andronid the solitary bees, any bee of the genus Apis, which lives in communities and collects honey, especially the common domesticated hive bee Apis mellifica, the Italian bee Anole domestica, and the Arabia bee Ano fasciata. The two latter are by many entomologists considered only varieties of the common hive bee. Each swarm of bees consists of a large number of workers, barren females, with ordinarily one queen or fertile female. But in the swarming season several young queens, and a number of males or drones, are produced.
Seaweed.
Popularly, any plant or plants growing in the sea.
Life.
Figuratively, the potential or animating principle. Also, the period of duration of anything that is conceived of as resembling a natural organism in structure or functions, as the life of a state, a machine, or a book. Authority is the life of government.
Rudder.
The mechanical appliance by means of which a vessel is guided or steered when in motion. It is a broad and flat blade made of wood or iron, with a long shank, and is fastened in an upright position, usually by one edge, to the stern post of the vessel in such a way that it can be turned from side to side in the water by means of a tiller, wheel, or other attachment.
Searching.
To make a circle around, to encompass.
Stop.
A member, plain or molded, formed of a separate piece and fixed to a jam. against which a door or window shuts. This takes the place, or answers the purpose, of a rebate. Also, a pin or block to prevent a drawer from sliding too far.
Mummed.
Imperfect and past participle of mum. To sport or make diversion in a mask or disguise. To mask.
Drum.
A sheet iron radiator, often in the shape of a drum, for warming an apartment by means of heat received from a stove, or a cylindrical receiver for steam, etc.
Apparel.
To furnish with apparatus, to equip, to fit out.
Gazetteer.
A writer of news, or an officer appointed to publish news by authority.
Swinesty.
A sty, or pen, for swine.
Tonicity.
The state of healthy tension or partial contraction of muscle fibers while at rest. Tonus.
Plugging.
The act of stopping with a plug.
Acid.
Sour, sharp, or biting to the taste. Tart, having the taste of vinegar, as acid fruits or liquors. Also figuratively, sour-tempered.
Volume.
Rule. A scroll. A written document rolled up for keeping or for use, after the manner of the ancients.
Essoiner.
An attorney who sufficiently excuses the absence of another.
Allodible.
Capable of being alleged or affirmed.
Duck.
To drop the head or person suddenly. To bow.
Other.
To harass and perplex. To worry.
Orator up.
The aardvark.
Lipothymus.
Pertaining, or given, to swooning, fainting.
Slur.
In knitting machines, a contrivance for depressing the sinkers successively by passing over them.
Tunic.
An undergarment worn by the ancient Romans of both sexes. It was made with or without sleeves, reached to or below the knees, and was confined at the waist by a girdle.
Detriment.
A charge made to students and barristers for incidental repairs of the rooms they occupy.
Gadwall.
A large Acanas stripera, valued as a game bird, found in the northern parts of Europe and America, called also grey duck.
Upper.
Being further up, literally or figuratively, higher in place, position, rank, dignity, or the like, superior, as, the upper lip, the upper side of a thing, the upper house of a legislature.
Juniper.
One of the fossil conifer, evidently allied to the juniper.
Fervid.
Very hot, burning, boiling.
decker,
one who, or that which, decks or adorns, a coverer, as, a table decker.
laster,
A workman whose business it is to shape boots or shoes, or place leather smoothly, on lasts, a tool for stretching leather on a last.
miscopy,
To copy a miss.
bidagar,
A gall produced on rose bushes, especially on the sweetbrier or eglantine, by a puncture from the ovipositor of gallfly rhodites rose. It was once supposed to have medicinal properties.
joggle,
A vagabond,
extensible,
capable of being extended, whether in length or breadth, susceptible of enlargement, extensible, extendable, the opposite of contractible or compressible.
villainized,
Imperfect and past participle of villainize, to make vile, to debase, to degrade, to revile.
fur,
Any coating considered as resembling fur.
ward,
One who, or that which, guards, garrison, defender, protector, means of guarding, defense, protection.
profile,
A section of any member, made at right angles with its main lines, showing the exact shape of moldings and the like.
staphylorrhaphy,
The operation of uniting a cleft palette, consisting in pairing and bringing together the edges of the cleft.
excellence,
The quality of being excellent, state of possessing good qualities in an eminent degree, exalted merit, superiority in virtue.
pretension,
A claim made, whether true or false, a right alleged or assumed, holding out the appearance of possessing a certain character, as pretensions to scholarship.
sneak,
To check, to reprimand, to rebuke, to chide.
greatness,
Pride, haughtiness.
crustacean,
Of or pertaining to the crustacea, crustaceous.
siphonostomatus,
Pertaining to the siphonostomata.
hierarchon,
On this, Hieraion.
indels,
Natural disposition, natural quality or abilities.
despair,
That which is despaired of.
sorted,
Imperfect and past participle of sort, a kind or species, any number or collection of individual persons or things characterized by the same or like qualities, a class or order, as, a sort of men, a sort of horses, a sort of trees, a sort of poems.
macrosporangium,
A sporangium or conceptacle containing only large spores, opposed to microsporangium, Both are found in the genera Selaginella, Isops, and Marsilia, plants remotely allied to ferns.
Geolatry.
The worship of the earth.
Tut-mouthed.
Having a projecting underjaw, prognathous.
Palingenesis.
That form of evolution in which the truly ancestral characters conserved by heredity are reproduced in development, original simple descent, distinguished from kenogenesis, sometimes, in zoology, the abrupt metamorphosis of insects, crustaceans, etc.
Wood.
A flexible, slender twig or branch used as a band, a willow or a cedar twig, a withy.
Spiral.
Winding round a cylinder or imaginary axis, and at the same time rising or advancing forward, winding like the thread of a screw, helical.
Vassalage.
A territory held in vassalage.
Foliated.
Laminated, but restricted to the variety of laminated structure found in crystalline schist, as mica schist, etc., schistose.
Growlators.
An order of birds which formerly included all the waders. By later writers it is usually restricted to the sandpipers, plovers, and allied forms, called also growlators.
Windsucker.
The kestrel.
Limestone.
A rock consisting chiefly of calcium carbonate or carbonate of lime. It sometimes contains also magnesium carbonate, and is then called magnesian or dolomitic limestone. Crystalline limestone is called marble.
Rooster.
A hunter who keeps to the roads instead of following the hounds across country.
Limpsy.
Limp, flexible, flimsy.
Temple.
Figuratively, any place in which the divine presence specially resides.
Neurotomy.
The division of a nerve, for the relief of neuralgia, or for other purposes.
Hill.
A natural elevation of land, or a mass of earth rising above the common level of the surrounding land, an eminence less than a mountain.
Infusibility.
Incapability or difficulty of being fused, melted, or dissolved, as the infusibility of carbon.
Doze.
To slumber, to sleep lightly, to be in a dull or stupefied condition, as if half asleep, to be drowsy.
Depend.
To trust, to rest with confidence, to rely, to confide, to be certain, with on or upon, as we depend on the word or assurance of our friends, we depend on the mail at the usual hour.
Reducibleness.
Quality of being reducible.
Penitentiary.
One who prescribes the rules and measures of penance.
Patent.
A letter patent, or letters patent, an official document, issued by a sovereign power, conferring a right or privilege on some person or party.
Caw.
The cry made by the crow, rook, or raven.
Tit.
A woman, used in contempt.
Organically.
In an organic manner, by means of organs or with reference to organic functions, hence, fundamentally.
Disadvance.
To draw back, or cause to draw back.
Cavilled.
Of cavil.
Even.
Not odd, capable of division by two without a remainder, set of numbers, as and 10 are even numbers.
Bought.
To cheat, to gain by fraud or cheating, to filch.
Wishful.
Having desire, or ardent desire, longing.
Putrefy.
To putrefy.
Alloviary.
One who holds an allovium.
Jacobean.
Of or pertaining to style of architecture and decoration in the time of James I of England.
Curver.
A carver.
Velvet.
The soft and highly vascular deciduous skin which envelops and nourishes the antlers of deer during their rapid growth.
Rhynchonella.
A genus of brachiopods of which some species are still living, while many are found fossil.
Ignified.
Imperfect and past participle of ignify, to form into fire.
Cross.
To cut across or through, to intersect.
Assume.
To pretend to possess, to take in appearance.
Believer.
One who was admitted to all the rites of divine worship and instructed in all the mysteries of the Christian religion, in distinction from a catechumen, or one yet under instruction.
Affiance.
Trust, reliance, faith, confidence.
Intrude.
To thrust or force something, in or upon, especially, to force oneself, in without leave or welcome, as, to intrude one's presence into a conference, to intrude one's opinions upon another.
Granularly.
In a granular form.
Restrain.
To draw back again, to hold back from acting, proceeding, or advancing, either by physical or moral force, or by any interposing obstacle. To repress or suppress, to keep down, to curb.
Admit.
To allow one to enter on an office or to enjoy a privilege, to recognize as qualified for a franchise, as to admit an attorney to practice law. The prisoner was admitted to bail.
Personage.
Form, appearance, or belongings of a person, the external appearance, stature, figure, air, and the like of a person.
Maneuver.
To manage with address or art, to scheme.
Thrive.
The number of 2 dozen, also, an indefinite number, a bunch, a company, a throng.
Misspeech.
Wrong speech.
Farsing.
Stuffing, force meat.
Streaking.
Present participle and verbal noun of streak, the fine powder or mark yielded by a mineral when scratched or rubbed against a harder surface, the color of which is sometimes a distinguishing character.
Doubtfulness.
Uncertainty of meaning, ambiguity, indefiniteness.
Poops.
The down of plants, a downy or villous substance which grows on plants. Pubescence.
Kippering.
Present participle and verbal noun of kipper. A salmon split open, salted, and dried or smoked, so called because salmon after spawning were usually so cured, not being good when fresh.
Plenary.
Of or pertaining to plane.
Maelstrom.
Also figuratively as a maelstrom of vice.
Verminous.
Caused by or arising from the presence of vermin, as verminous disease.
Hub.
A screw hob, a threaded and fluted hardened steel cutter, resembling a tap, used in a lathe for forming the teeth of screw chasers, worm wheels, etc.
Circumscribe.
To draw a line around so as to touch at certain points without cutting, to write or engrave, to mark down as something to be read, to imprint.
Lovesickness.
The state of being lovesick.
Toadstone.
Euphonite, formerly regarded as a precious stone, and worn as a jewel, an old name for a fossil consisting of the petrified teeth and palatal bones of fishes belonging to the family of pycnodonts picteeth, whose remains occur in the oolite and chalk formations. Toadstone, so named from a notion that it was originally formed in the head of a toad.
Rug-headed.
Having shaggy hair, shock-headed.
Malodor.
And offensive to the sense of smell, ill-smelling.
Muskrat.
A North American aquatic for-bearing rodent fibers of thickest. It resembles a rat in color and having a long scaly tail. But the tail is compressed, the hind feet are webbed, and the ears are concealed in the fur. It has scent glands which secrete a substance having a strong odor of musk, called also muskwash, musk beaver, and ondatra.
Allegro.
An allegro movement, a quick, sprightly strain or piece.
Jerdichin.
The legal power, right, or authority of a particular court to hear and determine causes, to try criminals, or to execute justice. Judicial authority over a cause or class of causes, as certain suits or actions, or the cognizance of certain crimes, are within the jurisdiction of a particular court, that is, within the limits of its authority or commission.
Hood.
A covering for a mortar.
Disarmer.
One who disarms.
Perforative.
Having power to perforate or pierce.
Sober.
Not intoxicated or excited by spirituous liquors, as the sot may at times be sober.
Sabicue.
The very hardwood of a leguminous West Indian tree Lysoloma sabicue, valued for shipbuilding.
Hospice.
A convent or monastery which is also a place of refuge or entertainment for travelers on some difficult road or pass, as in the Alps, as the hospice of the great Saint Bernard.
Bolster.
A long pillow or cushion, used to support the head of a person lying on a bed, generally laid under the pillows.
Chainer.
One apt to change, an inconstant person.
Wind.
To have complete control over, to turn and bend at one's pleasure, to vary or alter or will, to regulate, to govern.
Acetose.
Sour like vinegar, acetus.
Assumed.
Supposed,
Keel.
figuratively, the whole ship.
Mongoose.
A species of Ichneumon herpestis griseus, native of India, applied also to other allied species, as the African banded mongoose Crossarcus fasciatus.
Gentilesse.
Gentleness, courtesy, kindness, nobility.
Stigmus.
A small spot, mark, scar, or minute hole, applied especially to a spot on the outer surface of a Graphian follicle, and to spots of intercellular substance in scaly epithelium, or to minute holes in such spots.
Mallepilos.
Having soft hairs, downy.
Saintly.
Like a saint, becoming a holy person.
Tip.
To form a point upon, to cover the tip, top, or end of, as, to tip anything with gold or silver.
Polyzinal.
Consisting of many zones or rings.
Musang.
A small animal of Java Paradoxyrus fasciatus, allied to the civets, it swallows, but does not digest, large quantities of ripe coffee berries, thus serving to disseminate the coffee plant, hence it is called also coffee wrap.
annunciatory,
pertaining to or containing, announcement, making known.
occupier,
One who follows an employment, hence, a tradesman.
succumbed,
Imperfect and past participle of succumb, to yield, to submit, to give up unresistingly, as, to succumb under calamities, to succumb to disease.
tithe,
Constituting or being one of 10 equal parts into which anything is divided.
aisle,
Also perhaps from confusion with alley, a passage into which the pews of a church open.
potassic,
Pertaining to, or containing, potassium.
administerial,
Pertaining to administration, or to the executive part of government.
obligate,
A representative of the Pope charged with important commissions in foreign countries, one of his duties being to bring to a newly named cardinal his insignia of office.
snappish,
Apt to snap at persons or things, eager to bite, as a snapping cur.
lactation,
The act of weaning.
discipline,
The enforcement of methods of correction against one guilty of ecclesiastical offenses, reformatory or penal action toward a church member.
absurdity,
The quality of being absurd or inconsistent with obvious truth, reason, or sound judgment.
menace,
To threaten, as an evil to be inflicted.
salaried,
Imperfect and past participle of salary, the recompense or consideration paid, or stipulated to be paid, to a person at regular intervals for services, fixed wages, as by the year, quarter, or month, stipend, hire.
non-user,
Neglect or omission to use an easement or franchise or to assert a right.
denominated,
Imperfect and past participle of denominate, having a specific name or denomination, specified in the concrete as opposed to abstract. Thus, 7 feet is a denominate quantity, while 7 is mere abstract quantity or number. In the East Indies, an enclosure containing a house, outbuildings, etc., number, under compound.
publican,
The keeper of an inn or public house, one licensed to retail beer, spirits, or wine.
pet,
An exclamation expressing disgust or contempt. An exclamation expressive of extreme contempt.
nagged,
Imperfect and past participle of nag, to tease in a petty way, to scold habitually, to annoy, to fret pertinaciously.
copier,
One who copies, one who writes or transcribes from an original, a transcriber.
Palm.
The denuded stems or stalks of such crops as buckwheat and the cereal grains, beans, etc., straw.
Bristle.
To rise or stand erect, like bristles.
Dictionarian.
A lexicographer.
Fiorin.
A species of creeping bent grass Agrostis alba, called also fiorin grass.
Sinachi.
A bard among the Highlanders of Scotland, who preserved and repeated the traditions of the tribes, also a genealogist.
Penicilliform.
Having the form of a pencil, furnished with a pencil of fine hairs, ending in a tuft of hairs like a camel's hairbrush, as the stigmas of some grasses.
Lettered.
Imperfect and past participle of letter, a man given to lewdness, one addicted, in an excessive degree, to the indulgence of sexual desire, or to illicit commerce with women.
Appurtenance.
That which belongs to something else, an adjunct, an appendage, an accessory, something annexed to another thing more worthy, in common parlance and legal acceptation, something belonging to another thing as principal, and which passes as incident to it, as a right of way, or other easement to land, a right of common to pasture, an outhouse, barn, garden, or orchard, to house or messuage. In a strict legal sense, land can never pass as an appurtenance to land.
Buttery.
A salt of butric acid,
Fadless.
not liable to fade, unfading.
Preternaturalism.
The state of being preternatural, a preternatural condition.
Mund.
A handbasket.
Brittleness.
Aptness to break, fragility.
Tonquin bean.
The seed of a leguminous tree Dipteryx odorata, native of Guyana. It has a peculiarly agreeable smell, and is employed in the scenting of snuff, called also Tonquin bean.
Grassiness.
The state of abounding with grass, a grassy state.
Inexpectation.
Absence of expectation.
Palter.
To act in insincere or deceitful manner. To play false, to equivocate, to shift, to dodge, to trifle.
Tremendous.
Fitted to excite fear or terror, such as may astonish or terrify by its magnitude, force, or violence, terrible, dreadful, as a tremendous wind, a tremendous shower, a tremendous shock or fall.
Runner.
Any cursorial bird.
Alive.
To spring down, get down, or descend, as from on horseback or from a carriage, to dismount.
Larvae.
Any young insect from the time that it hatches from the egg until it becomes a pupa or chrysalis. During this time it usually molts several times and may change its form or color each time. The larvae of many insects are much like the adults in form and habits, but have no trace of wings, the rudimentary wings appearing only in the pupa stage. In other groups of insects, the larvae are totally unlike the parents in structure and habits, and are called caterpillars, grubs, maggots, etc.
Niggling.
Present participle and verbal noun of niggle. To trifle with, to deceive, to mock.
Muskogna.
Native sulfate of ammonia, found in volcanic districts, so named from Moscagni, who discovered Italian.
Straightening.
Present participle and verbal noun of straighten, to restrict, to distress or embarrass in respect of means or conditions of life, used chiefly in the past participle, as a man straightened in his circumstances.
Predicting.
Present participle and verbal noun of predict, to tell or declare beforehand, to foretell, to prophesy, to presage, as, to predict misfortune, to predict the return of a calm.
Lithoxel.
Petrified wood,
Shunt.
to cause to move suddenly, to give a sudden start to shove.
Heteromeria.
A division of bivalve shells, including the marine mussels, in which the two adductor muscles are very unequal. A genus of bivalve shells of which one species died polymorpha is often so abundant as to be very troublesome in the fresh waters of Europe, Antilles, under Bissus.
Cruelty.
A cruel and barbarous deed, inhuman treatment, the act of willfully causing unnecessary pain.
Maculatory.
Causing a spot or stain.
Disquitter.
One who, or that which, disquiets, or makes uneasy, a disturber.
Seamed.
Imperfect and past participle of seam, hence, a line of junction, a joint, a suture, as on a ship, a floor, or other structure, the line of union, or joint, of two boards, blanks, metal plates, etc.
Distortion.
The act of distorting, or twisting out of natural or regular shape, a twisting or writhing motion, as the distortions of the face or body.
Disciplinary.
Pertaining to discipline, intended for discipline, corrective, belonging to a course of training.
Minnow.
Any of numerous small American cyprinodont fishes of the genus Fungilis and related genera, they live both in fresh and in salt water, called also killifish, mini, and mummicog.
Measlery.
Leprosy,
Somatist.
one who admits the existence of material beings only, a materialist.
Paraclasite.
a grayish or dark green mineral, consisting essentially of magnesium oxide, occurring in granular forms or in isometric crystals.
Contemptuously.
In a contemptuous manner, with scorn or disdain, despitefully.
Fiber.
A general name for the raw material, such as cotton, flax, hemp, etc., used in textile manufactures.
Plumbogoneous.
Pertaining to natural order Plumbogony of Gamophilus herbs, of which plumbago is the type. The order includes also the marsh rosemary, the thrift, and a few other genera.
Styling.
Present participle and verbal noun of style. Mode of expressing thought in language, whether oral or written, especially such use of language in the expression of thought as exhibits the spirit and faculty of an artist. Choice or arrangement of words in discourse, rhetorical expression.
Cassava.
A nutritious starch obtained from the rootstocks of the cassava plant, used as food and in making tapioca.
Leotrici.
The division of mankind which embraces the smooth-haired races.
Decapedal.
Belonging to the decapods, having 10 feet, 10-footed.
String.
A strip, as of leather, by which the covers of a book are held together.
Polycrotic.
Of or pertaining to polycratism, manifesting polycratism, as a polycrotic pulse curve.
Impacted.
Driven together or close.
Circulatorious.
Traveling from house to house or from town to town, itinerant.
Musk.
The perfume emitted by musk, or any perfume somewhat similar.
Uho.
To bull, to cry loudly.
Fortition.
Casual choice, fortuitous selection, hazard.
Navigated.
Imperfect and past participle of navigate, to journey by water, to go in a vessel or ship, to perform the duties of a navigator, to use the waters as a highway or channel for commerce or communication, to sail.
Prettiness.
The quality or state of being pretty, used sometimes in a disparaging sense.
Forte.
The stronger part of the blade of a sword, the part of half nearest the hilt, opposed to foible.
Jostle.
To run against and shake, to push out of the way, to elbow, to hustle, to disturb by crowding, to crowd against.
Statehood.
The condition of being a state, as a territory seeking statehood.
Coursing.
Present participle and verbal noun of course. Progress from point to point without change of direction. Any part of progress from one place to another, which is in a straight line, or on one direction, as a ship in a long voyage makes many courses, a course measured by a surveyor between two stations. Also, a progress without interruption or rest, a heat, as one course of a race.
Glassmaker.
One who makes or manufactures glass.
Subterrestrial.
Being or lying under the surface of the earth, situated within the earth, or underground, as subterranean springs, a subterraneous passage.
Dark.
Not clear to the understanding, not easily seen through, obscure, mysterious, hidden.
Laity.
The people, as distinguished from the clergy, the body of the people not in orders.
Napital.
The bladder campion silene inflata.
Trifle.
To act or talk without seriousness, gravity, weight, or dignity. To act or talk with levity. To indulge in light or trivial amusements.
Zachan.
An oil pressed by the Arabs from the fruit of a small thorny tree Balanites Egyptiaca, and sold to pilgrims for healing ointment.
Shadow.
To attend as closely as a shadow, to follow and watch closely, especially in a secret or unobserved manner, as a detective shadows a criminal.
Aft.
Near or towards the stern of a vessel, astern, abaft.
Widow.
A woman who has lost her husband by death, and has not married again, one living bereaved of a husband.
Barmecide.
One who proffers some illusory advantage or benefit, also used as an adjective, barmecidal.
Pastoralist.
Having no pastor.
Swedenborgian.
One who holds the doctrines of the New Jerusalem Church, as taught by Emanuel Swedenborg, a Swedish philosopher and religious writer, who was born and died 1688 and died 1772. Swedenborg claimed to have intercourse with the spiritual world through the opening of his spiritual senses in 1745, he taught that the Lord Jesus Christ, as comprehending in himself all the fullness of the Godhead, is the one only God, and that there is a spiritual sense to the Scriptures, which he Swedenborg was able to reveal because he saw the correspondence between natural and spiritual things.
Fair.
Not overcast, cloudless, clear, pleasant, propitious, favorable, set of the sky, weather, or wind, etc., as a fair sky, a fair day.
Facade.
The front of a building, especially the principal front, having some architectural pretensions. Thus a church is said to have its facade finished, though the interior may be in use.
Wholly.
In a whole or complete manner, entirely, completely, perfectly.
Descending.
Present participle and verbal noun of descend, to stretch out or extend in all directions, to dilate, to enlarge, as by elasticity of parts, to inflate so as to produce tension, to cause to swell, as, to distend a bladder, the stomach, etc.
Wassail.
Of or pertaining to wassail, or to wassail, convivial, as a wassail bowl.
Monopoly.
A measure of but a single foot.
Roper.
One fit to be hanged.
Mail.
Hence generally, armor, or any defensive covering.
Tea.
The prepared leaves of a shrub, or small tree Camellia chinensis. The shrub is a native of China, but has been introduced to some extent into some other countries.
Ladder.
A frame usually portable, of wood, metal, or rope, for ascent and descent, consisting of two side pieces to which are fastened cross strips or rounds forming steps.
Annex.
To join or attach, usually to subjoin, to affix, to append, followed by to.
Honesty.
The quality or state of being honest, probity, fairness and straightforwardness of conduct, speech, etc., integrity, sincerity, truthfulness, freedom from fraud or guile.
Good house.
An almshouse for poor people who pray daily for their benefactors.
Offer.
To present, as an act of worship, to immolate, to sacrifice, to present in prayer or devotion, often with up.
Manganiferous.
Containing manganese.
Interiority.
State of being interior.
Logins.
The terminal part of the cochlea in birds and most reptiles. An appendage of the sacculus, corresponding to the cochlea, in fishes and amphibians.
Palsy word.
The cowslip primularis, so called from its supposed remedial powers.
Notion.
Mental apprehension of whatever may be known or imagined, an idea, a conception, more properly, a general or universal conception, as distinguishable or definable by marks or note.
Deglutinated.
Imperfect and past participle of deglutinate, to loosen or separate by dissolving the glue which unties, to glue.
Confessant.
One who confesses to a priest.
Carol.
To praise or celebrate in song.
Better.
in a superior or more excellent manner, with more skill and wisdom, courage, virtue, advantage, or success, as Henry writes better than John, veterans fight better than recruits.
Revolution.
The space measured by the regular return of a revolving body. The period made by the regular recurrence of a measure of time, or by a succession of similar events.
Pillow.
A piece of metal or wood, forming a support to equalize pressure. A brass, a pillow block.
Megalo.
A million times, a million of, as, megameter, a million meters, megafarad, a million farads, megohm, a million ohms.
Fribble.
A frivolous, contemptible fellow, a fop.
Ovenbird.
In England, sometimes applied to the willow warbler, and to the long-tailed titmouse.
Prey.
A slow and wieldy trading vessel.
Overset.
To fill to fill.
Free will.
The power asserted of moral beings of willing or choosing without the restraints of physical or absolute necessity.
Rightly.
Properly, fitly, suitably, appropriately.
Falter.
To utter with hesitation, or in a broken, trembling, or weak manner.
Steganopod.
One of the steganopods.
Cherosin.
A waxy substance obtained from the bark of the sugar cane, and crystallizing in delicate white lemon.
Bareneck.
Having the neck bare.
Discodactylia.
A division of amphibians having suctorial discs on the toes, as the tree frogs.
Idiomorphous.
Operating in distinct crystals, said of the mineral constituents of the rock.
Degarnish.
Imperfect and past participle of degarnish, to strip or deprive of entirely, as of furniture, ornaments, etc. To disgarnish, as, to degarnish a house, etc.
Isonicodeine.
A crystalline, nitrogenous base, C10H14N2, isomeric with nicotine.
Taxiopoda.
An order of extinct mammalia found in the tertiary formations.
Pedantic.
Of or pertaining to pedant, characteristic of, or resembling, a pedant, ostentatious of learning, as, a pedantic writer, a pedantic description, a pedantical affectation.
Incontestable.
Not contestable, not to be disputed, that cannot be called in question or controverted, incontrovertible, indisputable, as incontestable evidence, truth, or facts.
Overlay per.
excessively malapert or impudent.
Fawn.
Of the color of a fawn, fawn-colored.
Frontal.
A medicament or application for the forehead.
Sheath.
To case or cover with something which protects, as thin boards, sheets of metal, and the like, as to sheathe a ship with copper.
Phaser.
One who faces, one who puts on a false show, a bold-faced person.
Yucca.
To flutter, to flap the wings without flying.
Amphibiology.
A treatise on amphibious animals, the department of natural history which treats of the amphibia.
Return.
To adorn again or anew.
Forebear.
An ancestor, a forefather, usually in the plural.
Expressure.
The act of expressing, expression, utterance, representation.
Pillory.
Of or pertaining to wings, also, wing shape.
Mineral.
Impregnated with minerals, as mineral waters.
Replevin.
To replevy.
Stelled.
Firmly placed or fixed.
Circumstantial.
Consisting in, or pertaining to, circumstances or particular incidents.
Trisected.
Divided into three parts or segments by incisions extending to the midrib or to the base, set of leaves.
Derided.
Imperfect and past participle of deride, to laugh at with contempt, to laugh to scorn, to turn to ridicule or make sport of, to mock, to scoff at.
Anti-Mason.
One opposed to Freemasonry.
Multifarious.
Having parts, as leaves, arranged in many vertical rows.
Differencing.
Present participle and verbal noun of difference, the act of differing, the state or measure of being different or unlike, distinction, dissimilarity, unlikeness, variation, as, a difference of quality in paper, a difference in degrees of heat, or of light. What is the difference between the innocent and the guilty?
Virtuous.
Exhibiting manly courage and strength, valorous, valiant, brave.
Hilling.
Present participle and verbal noun of hill, a natural elevation of land, or a mass of earth rising above the common level of the surrounding land, an eminence less than a mountain.
Lithoglypher.
One who curs or engraves precious stones.
Breeziness.
State of being breezy.
Pneumometry.
Measurement of the capacity of the lungs for air.
Governante.
A governess.
Denominable.
Capable of being denominated or named.
Radicality.
Radicalness. Relation to root in essential nature or principle.
Sheltered.
Imperfect and past participle of shelter. To be a shelter for, to provide with a shelter. To cover from injury or annoyance. To shield, to protect.
Admittable.
Entitled to be admitted, or worthy of being admitted, that may be allowed or conceded, allowable, as the supposition is hardly admissible.
Tickle.
A money of account in China, reckoning at about $1.60, also, a weight of about 4 ounces of worded plot.
Centesimal.
Hundredth.
Particular.
A separate or distinct member of a class, or part of a whole, an individual fact, point, circumstance, detail, or item, which may be considered separately, as the particulars of a story.
Marmoration.
A covering or encrusting with marble, a casing of marble, aggregating so as to resemble marble.
Solitude.
State of being alone, or withdrawn from society, a lonely life, loneliness.
Proverb.
A drama exemplifying a proverb.
Calendard.
Imperfect and past participle of calendar, an orderly list or enumeration of persons, things, or events, a schedule, as a calendar of state papers, a calendar of bills presented in a legislative assembly, a calendar of causes arranged for trial in court, a calendar of a college or an academy.
Wire.
To send a telegraphic message.
Suffrage.
The right to vote, franchise.
Prolifical.
Producing young or fruit abundantly, fruitful, prolific.
Dismarch.
To march away.
Precious.
Particular, fastidious, overness.
Dubiously.
In a dubious manner.
Consideration.
The result of deliberation, or of attention and examination, matured opinion, a reflection, as considerations on the choice of a profession.
Graptoli.
One of numerous species of slender and delicate fossils, of the genus Graptolites and Aloe genera, found in the Silurian rocks. They belong to an extinct group Graptolithina, supposed to be hydroids.
Neotropical.
belonging to, or designating, the region of the Earth's surface which comprises most of South America, the Antilles, and tropical North America.
Deed.
A torch,
Self-murderer.
a suicide,
Furniture.
pieces of wood or metal of a lesser height than the type, placed around the pages or other matter in a form, and, with the coins, serving to secure the form in its place in the chase.
Technicalness.
The quality or state of being technical, technicality.
Abnormality.
The state or quality of being abnormal, variation, irregularity.
Hazel.
A shrub or small tree of the genus Corylus, as the centigrade avellana, bearing a nut containing a kernel of a mild, farinaceous taste. The filbert, the American species are centigrade americana, which produces the common hazelnut, and centigrade rostrata, the fruit of the Corylus avellana or hazel. It is an oval nut containing a kernel that has a mild, farinaceous, oily taste, agreeable to the palate.
Anthozoa.
The class of the Coelenterata, which includes the corals and sea anemones. The three principal groups or orders are Stationery, Actineria, and Madrepararia.
Spar.
To build, to bar.
Incommendum.
A vacant living or benefice commended to a cleric, usually a bishop, who enjoyed the revenue until a pastor was provided. A living so held was said to be held in commendam. The practice was abolished by law in 1836, and partnership in commendam, under partnership.
Blur.
That which obscures without effacing, a stain, a blot, as upon paper or other substance.
Fluter.
One who makes grooves or flutings.
Rugged.
Stormy, turbulent, tempestuous, rude.
Tritone.
A superfluous or augmented fourth.
Deoxygenate.
To deoxidize.
Practice.
Systematic exercise for instruction or discipline, as the troops are called out for practice. She neglected practice in music.
Coxcomb.
A name given to several plants of different genera, but particularly to Celosia cristata, or garden coxcomb, the plant Celosia cristata, of many varieties, cultivated for its broad, fantastic spikes of brilliant flowers, sometimes called garden coxcomb. Also the Pedicularis, or Lswer, the Rhinanthus christigali, and the Onobrichus christigali.
Boniface.
And innkeeper.
Veiler.
One who veils.
Novelist.
And innovator, an asserter of novelty.
exculpatory,
clearing, or tending to clear, from alleged fault or guilt, excusing.
look,
To await the appearance of anything, to expect, to anticipate.
Malacco-stricken,
One of the Malacco strata.
prologue,
The preface or introduction to discourse, poem, or performance, as the prologue of Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, especially a discourse or poem spoken before a dramatic performance.
inanition,
The condition of being inane, emptiness, want of fullness, as in the vessels of the body, hence, specifically, exhaustion from want of food, either from partial or complete starvation, or from a disorder of the digestive apparatus, producing the same result.
even,
Parallel, on a level, reaching the same limit.
depredation,
The act of depredating, or the state of being depredated, the act of despoiling or making inroads, as the sea often makes depredation on the land.
luna,
A little moon or satellite.
plenary,
Full, entire, complete, absolute, as a plenary license, plenary authority.
argot,
A secret language or conventional slang peculiar to thieves, tramps, and vagabonds. Flash.
empty,
To untie.
pause,
A pace, a step, as in a dance.
appropriate,
Disgrace, infamy, reproach mingled with contempt. Abusive language.
tame,
A thin plate of metal.
rosary,
A triplet, a garland, a series or collection, as of beautiful thoughts or of literary selections.
noted,
Well known by reputation or report, eminent, celebrated, as a noted author or traveler.
provincialized,
Imperfect and past participle of provincialize, to render provincial.
seeing,
Present participle and verbal noun of in a specific manner.
stall,
A stable, a place for cattle.
fuel,
To infatuate, to make foolish.
shamming,
Present participle and verbal noun of sham. That which deceives expectation, any trick, fraud, or device that deludes and disappoint. A make-believe, delusion, imposture, humbug.
empty,
A prefix in words of Greek origin, signifying both, of both kinds, on both sides, about, around.
worst,
Bad, evil. or pernicious, in the highest degree, whether in a physical or moral sense, in a worse degree, in a manner more evil or bad.
Standage.
A reservoir in which water accumulates at the bottom of a mine.
Cordelier.
A member of a French political club of the time of the First Revolution, of which Danton and Marat were members, and which met in an old Cordelier convent in Paris.
Atlas.
A genus of American monkeys with prehensile tails, and having the thumb wanting or rudimentary, a particle which expresses the relation of connection or addition. It is used to conjoin a word with a word, a clause with a clause, or a sentence with a sentence.
Accordant.
Agreeing, consonant, harmonious, corresponding, confirmable, followed by with order.
Statement.
That which is stated, a formal embodiment in language of facts or opinions, a narrative, a recital.
Osculating.
Present participle and verbal noun of osculate, to have characters in common with two genera or families, so as to form a connecting link between them, to interosculate, intermediate in character, or on the border, between two genera, groups, families, etc., of animals or plants, and partaking somewhat of the characters of each, thus forming a connecting link, interosculant, as the genera by which two families approximate are called osculant genera.
Beam tree.
A tree Parasaria, related to the apple.
Passage.
A fee, or toll, paid for the weighing of merchandise.
Carder.
One who, or that which cards will flax, etc.
Menology.
A brief calendar of the lives of the saints for each day in the year, or a simple remembrance of those whose lives are not written.
Try.
The large stomach of ruminating animals, when prepared for food.
Abuse.
To use ill, to maltreat, to act injuriously to punish or to tax excessively, to hurt, as, to abuse prisoners, to abuse one's powers, one's patience.
Lamelliaristers.
A group of birds embracing the answers and flamingos, in which the bill is lamellae.
Soften.
To make less glaring, to tone down, as, to soften the coloring of a picture.
Isis.
One of the asteroids.
Autocratship.
The office or dignity of an autocrat.
Stable.
To fix, to establish.
Perfume.
The scent, odor, or odoriferous particles emitted from a sweet-smelling substance. A pleasant odor, fragrance, aroma.
Presumptuous.
Founded on presumption, as a presumptuous idea.
If you enjoyed this sleepy dictionary on sleep, please like, dislike, or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Please be aware that implementing changes may be in progress on all channels. And works in progress on channel contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.